Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of Morning Quest with Doodle and CMoney. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Good morning. Happy Sunday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us today. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Now, as you can see, today's a special Morning Quest, the first of its kind. We have never, ever had anyone join us on a Morning Quest, but today we have a guest. That's right. The homie that was here yesterday doing our first him and a guest in forever.
Yes, that was so good.
Yes, our boy Eli Black, man. Woo. Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you, man.
I'm back, man. I'm going to be like a piece of furniture.
There you go, y'all. That's it, man. Making history. Making history.
Yes, I love it.
Hey, what's this? Which number is this? 62? 62 weeks. 61 weeks. No guests. 62 week guest.
Yes.
Look at that. Awesome, man. So glad you could be here, man. You're an awesome dude. So welcome, man. Thank you for being here. Everybody, thank you so much for rocking with us. You know what it is. It's Sunday morning, man. It's Sunday morning. It's been a holiday week. We got a holiday still coming up, but we didn't take no just, hey, it's the in-between, so we're not going to do it. No, we're here. We're here. We're hanging out with our homies. So we appreciate you guys for being here. But of course, we got to shout out our supporters over on Patreon and YouTube. So let's go ahead and do that. We have on Patreon the homie Zach McCoy and Adidas20. On YouTube, we have the homie Smitty Smith, Avenge Ninja, Zach McCoy, Why So Serious, J Mac, Crimson X25, Bouncy 5.0 Trade Gaming, Rainbow, Hargy Shanae, Raging Cajun, Abacab 72, Demo Flow Gaming, Lord Star Killer SSX01, Machine XP, L Paul, Cage Filler, Chaos Theory, Game Shark, Nighturnal, Spartan 661, Trey Una, Boss Red 77, MCell 101, Razor Ultron, Lawrence Davenport, Angry Hippie, Raiden Blade, G Myers, E Rank, Six Slayer, Philly Gangsta, Will Broke Boy Lewis, Ryu Art Gaming, Be Nice, Forza Legend, Adidas 20, Abdel 114, Space Shot, Gogo Pole, Duke Togo, Edward laughing. Yeah, I'm so fast, for it, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like you
out here.
Catch up, but now it's just I'm so good here. Eastside Vandal, Gubby Hernandez, Fark U, Platano J, Sanchez FTC Gamer, Rashawn Epiger, Queen Blueface, Big Mad Bo, Dave Reezy, Jigga J, Isaac Hayes 85, Marcus Hobdy, Dion Hayes, Talis Ray, Kenneth Williams, Quan the Terrible. God damn it. Terrible.
You got this.
Kurt user for Games Bell, B Martin 001, Smokes the Izza, Micah 4, Royal Boyle 78, Lord Louis, Hyper King X3, Storm Bless, Maurice Branch, Malcolm Xlax 3, Matt Lad, Mac 22, TH 54. And Music 72. Appreciate you, homies. Thank you so much for the support. And of course, we do have our elite members, the homie Big Boy Mike, Dark Angelic, and our inner circle members, the homie Big Mix Gaming and Coach Hooded Canuck.
Yes, thank you guys so much.
Each and every one of y'all for your support. It means so much to us. So thank you so very much. But you know what it is, man. You being live in the building right now with us. You are supporting us in such a major way, and we appreciate each and every one of you. But we need to know.
Yes.
Who was first in this bitch. Who were the first three people who made it in the building? And I gotta say,
no,
our boy, I'm gonna say we got some cheaters. Okay. I'm gonna say we got some cheaters.
Say what?
Because this is the first time that I did the show like super early, right?
Oh,
like,
okay.
Super early.
And
so people took advantage of that and came in like at 2 a.m.
Wow.
like 3 a.m, 5 a.m. They were like, yo, I'm just gonna come in and claim my spot. Listen.
It is what it is, right?
It is.
They were
it
first.
Is. So you got to call it what it is. our boy Power Boss.
Let's
not
go.
messing around.
Yes.
Let's go. First time.
Woo.
No, he ain't messing around. He was in here at 2:33 in the morning. Said, I ain't messing around. I will be first.
Shout out to Power
Shout out
Boss.
to Power
Sorry for
Boss.
the wait, love.
Yeah,
Sorry
I know.
for the wait.
Like 8 hours. He also went ahead and did a member chat,
Thank
man.
you.
Thank you so much for
Thank
being a
you.
member for 12 months, bro. Damn, time flew. A whole year, man. It doesn't seem that long. Xbox always and forever. Fact, bro.
Yes. Thank you,
It doesn't
love.
seem that
Thank
long.
you so much.
How it happened, but ooh, it happened. The homie making his debut in the top 3. That's right, Jacob Novick.
Yes.
What the heck? Yeah. Right. He's pumped. Second in the building. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. And rounding out our top 3, this guy, he's always in here. So the fact that he said, let me go early at 5:27 in the morning.
Yes.
Third. Music 72, man.
Let's
Thank you
go.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Love the fact that you guys got in here so early. So we go stake our claim now.
Yes.
But thank y'all. We appreciate the support.
Thank you, guys.
Very much so.
Awesome.
I do see Mr. Money in the building. What's up, man?
What's up, Mr. Money?
Ranks. Yeah, you know what? He says Mr. Money says Stalker 2 won't be coming to PlayStation. So supposedly it was supposed to come to PlayStation. I don't know. I've seen some things, but I didn't see the actual source, so I never kind of grabbed it. But supposedly people are saying that Stalker 2 devs came out and said that they have no plans on porting it over. I don't know if that's.
Do we have the statement?
I don't know. I've seen it. He's saying it here. That's why I'm kind of bringing it up. First of all, 2025, Happy New Year. That's dope. That's dope.
He's ready.
Not messing around.
He's ready for 2025. I hear you. I can't wait.
Do we have any official confirmation about the Stalker 2? I don't know if anybody has that.
If there's anything official out there, send it to us through Discord or Twitter if you can. That will be amazing.
Music 72 says they said they are focusing on supporting the PC and Xbox versions. They said okay. So Be Nice says Dev said right now they are focused on Xbox and PC. They have their hands full with DLC and multiplayer. Okay,
I can see that.
I mean,
they're small. That. Like,
so this is not it won't ever be coming. It's just
right now their focus is on something else. And I agree with that. If you have something out there and you, instead of investing your time making it for another platform, kind of like just perfect what you've got going on.
That's like a small studio, right? The Stalker guy.
Yes.
It's not an easy task to
exactly.
It's a hard undertaking. So it makes sense.
Yeah,
it does. It's gonna take them a minute to do.
I think like the original idea was that it was actually supposed to be like really like it was like a stupid short exclusivity window. Like it was supposed to be like 3 months or something ridiculous like that. And I just think, obviously the game launched, great game, but it did have some,
issues here and there. Yes.
Just with the game itself, performance and things like that. So, they worked on it a lot and they've been working on it. And I think that it's just for them being such a small team, they sold a shit ton of them, right? So they crushed it. So for them, they just want to focus on getting this right. They have DLC to do. They have the multiplayer they're working on. That all checks out to me. It makes sense.
I mean, also prioritizing a platform when you're working on a DLC, like you said, Eli, it's a small studio. So do you go ahead and you already have, the people that did show up for your game? Do you go ahead and keep investing there, perfecting the game, working on the DLC so that you can give them more while it's still hot, right? Because we know how fast and easy people can move on from game to game nowadays. So do you go ahead and invest your time and effort and money into putting it on another platform that is, to be clear, is not necessarily selling games are not necessarily selling that great over there. So who's to guarantee that it's going to do much, right? So again, for a small studio,
the sort of games that do sell on the PlayStation typically aren't games like Stalker. But what you've got to look at from a development point of view is that they have a bit of a crossroads, right? When it launched, it had a lot of issues, right? So they don't want to risk that happening again on another system. So if they have to divide their resources, they can either double down on what they're doing now on the Xbox and try and make it as good as it can be, or divide their resources and risk it never reaching its full potential. So just for the sake of exposing the game to a different install base like the PlayStation, which they could do, but if they did that and the game has issues again, which it likely would do because it takes a lot of different optimization skills to make that happen, it's a smart thing to do right now for sure. That's what anyone in their position would do, I think.
Agreed.
So do we think that Stalker 2 will sell well on the PlayStation console?
I mean, it's not typically their type of game. I mean,
Yeah.
Eli, before, obviously, you've been knowing about Stalker 2 before you got into the Xbox, ecosystem. Were you looking forward to Stalker 2, or is it just kind of not like the game that most typical PlayStation dudes?
No, not really. I mean, it only came on my radar when I came over to the Xbox because people were saying, it's funny. I've started to develop a bit of a love for first-person games when I never really did before. But the more I'm playing them, the more I'm actually starting to prefer the first-person perspective over the third, which I was always the opposite. But no, it was never on my radar until people in the community on my channel kept on saying, "Oh, play Stalker, play Stalker, play." And I was like, "Oh, what about Stalker 1? I can't just play the second one because I'm really anal about that sort of thing, man. I hate to play a game which is further down the line. I have to go back and play the other ones first."
Yeah, but this one, I don't think the first one is so old. It's I don't even think it's I don't know if I played the first one just when I bought the trilogy when they came out with it on Xbox. And I was like, all right, I'll try it out. And I started liking it as I was playing it. And I was like, all right, I don't want to play a shit ton of Stalker 1 and then get burned out. Supposedly it's a big game and then jump into Stalker 2. So I just said, whatever.
Topic a bit, but the original Xbox, the only original Xbox, right? Do the physical discs of that run on a Series X?
Yeah. If the game is supported in back compat, then it'll work. Yeah.
And on discs, do they still get the sort of upgrades like FPS boosts and stuff?
Yeah, because it's actually it's just giving you the digital copy.
Okay.
So when you put it in, it's going to just
I'm gonna get
download the game
soon after Christmas. I'm gonna go buy 100 games from the 360 era. When January comes around, it's gonna be great.
Nice. Yeah. It's worth it. It's dope. And when you experience FPS boost and resolution, you go back to Xbox games, the original Xbox, they're boosted up. 4K.
Origins, and it runs like a dream, man.
Yeah, man.
It runs it's nuts. It runs like a modern game. Obviously, it doesn't look like a modern game, but it still looks better than it will have done back then. And you can tell that they've enhanced HDR and it runs. It blows my mind. Does that system, honestly?
Yeah, it's phenomenal. They crushed it for sure. I do see E-Ranks in the building. What's up, man? Says I decided to let someone else win today. Morning, y'all. Oh, snap. He said,
damn.
He said this was a gift. Say it again. Say that one more time.
Such a selfless individual, It's just
right?
Oh yeah, he's not messing around.
So nice.
He's
so nice.
Yeah, he's a giver. He's a giver.
Well, listen, 4 times in a row.
Yeah, he was first 4 times in a row. I
thought it was him again when you brought it up. I was like, what? For the 5th time? But see,
no.
E-Ranks being E-Ranks. He was
what he said? Let's right before New Year. Let's get an opportunity for somebody else to get it. I appreciate that. Why so serious in the building? What's up, man?
With Wukong, I thought because the developers were super hyped for Wukong, and I thought they were gonna show up for the game. So they didn't in the way that PC did, right? PC did carry it.
I showed up. But a lot of them don't show up. I don't think God of War Ragnarok sold that well, to be honest.
And
It didn't.
no.
It didn't. I thought it sold more than when we saw the numbers. I was a little taken back.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who were, like, again, you got the vocal minority. Like, you're not on social media, so you're like our boy Hargeet, right?
Yes.
So Hargeet is also off social media, so he doesn't see how crazy some of these people. Like, you see the YouTube version of crazy.
Yeah,
like the Twitter version of crazy is a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are crazy. So, so on there, you have like this vocal group who pretends like everybody's buying these games, right? And that everybody's loving them. But I think more people are, obviously we know by the numbers, right? We've looked at it many times, like the factual numbers from Sony. Most people don't buy the exclusives. They're just not there for it. Doesn't, it just is what it is. So if they're not buying first party exclusives, the damn sure not buying any of those other third party exclusive, right, in any meaningful way. But the point is that I think a lot of people are more like me, where I got very disenchanted with the idea of God of War after the first one, because I came in, I believed in generation bullshit that they try to feed us in the beginning. So I bought the PlayStation 5 thinking, okay, wow, this is what it looked like on PlayStation 4. Imagine what they're going to do on PlayStation 5. And then all they did was fucking give me a PlayStation 4 game on my PlayStation 5. And it's like, but that's not, I don't want to fucking, like, I didn't sign up to play another fucking PlayStation 4 version.
There was no generational leap from God of War 2018 to Ragnarok at all. No, it was
no. And this is Sony's. This is this is not some random company or random studio making a game for PlayStation 5. This is a first party studio who spent years making this game, and instead of saying, "Hey, we believe in generation, so let's show you what a next generation game looks like," dude, there's nothing more telling. I mean, we're going to talk about it a little later, but Xbox won graphics this year, right? They killed it with Hellblade, and they didn't even give it number one. They gave Indiana Jones number one, right? So number 1 and 2 spots for the year were Xbox games, and it's like PlayStation just didn't show up. They didn't show up for next gen, which is crazy.
I really enjoyed Ragnarok. I thought I did. I really enjoyed my experience with it, but it wasn't the next generation title by any means at all. At all.
And to be fair,
it was a really impressive DLC for 2018.
Well, that's what I think. That's what it started out as.
Yeah, it wasn't amazing. I mean, I personally loved it, but I couldn't say it was like a great next gen game. It wasn't. There was nothing next gen about it. It looked and played like 2018 did.
Yeah, it did. And the problem is 2018 was fresh, right? So like I beat 2018. That one, I mean, for me, it was a great game, but there was a moment where it got too long. Like they added, like we reached the mountaintop and it was like, all right, we did it. And it's like, oh no, or some bullshit.
We had to keep going. So what it was missing, as much as I like 2018 as well, it was missing the boss fights. It's like it forgot it was a video game. And it's like, I like games that know their games, right? I'm a big fan of when something knows its audience and knows what it is, right? And God of War was about those epic, grand scale boss fights, which were just nuts. And God of War has lost sight of that, and instead is trying to be something that it's not. I'm not saying I like the direction they're going with Kratos, but they could have still kept in that grand scale when it comes to and they didn't do that. They just lacked the bosses. The bosses were horrendously bad.
Did Ragnarok have the bosses?
That boulder fight at the start, it was great, and then after that, nothing measured up to that moment.
Yeah. Did Ragnarok have because I mean we have it, we bought it, so we also supported that fucking game. We actually streamed it for a little while, but it's just like the inconsistencies of the graphics annoyed me. It just the story just didn't.
There were a lot of inconsistencies which kind of like just pull you out, right? It's almost better to just have a consistent 8-level graphic, right, than to go up to like a 10 and then come down to like a 6. And it's like
10-6.
what are we
like,
doing here? What happened? What went wrong? The best part about it was the collector's edition. That hammer is fire, but yeah, it got a little lost. I feel like they put a lot of focus on the kid.
Yeah,
and
I hate that kid.
It's like, man, guys, get it together.
No one wants to play as that fucking kid, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's dead ass, dude. Like, why are you making me do this shit? I don't want to. Fuck this kid. I hate him. You know
They
what I'm
were
saying?
long moments too, man. It wasn't like a bit. It was hours and hours worth of running around with this kid and a bow. A bow? I don't want to have a bow. I want to be Kratos and have the
Kratos, yes.
Oh, come on, man. I want blades of chaos on my axe. Give me the blades of chaos. Why are you doing this to me, man? Like,
And like, if the bow is enough, why do we even need Kratos to do shit? Like, just fucking give me the bow that this kid has and we'll fucking make things happen.
It's funny because they kind of took that route. They went ahead and like with Spider-Man 2 as well, they had so much focus on MJ and her taser. And it's like
Her superpower taser.
Yes, like let's
taser.
kind of
like, what is this? I'm playing Spider-Man and I'm controlling MJ with a taser. Like, what is happening? Like, what is
why?
And this is before I even discovered the Xbox. I was like, what is happening? Like, what is going on with this? Like,
yep,
stupid.
That's the problem, and like that's why it's so hard for me to look at a Ghost of Yote and be excited for it. Because why? What did I see when they showed it? Did I see something that said, "Oh shit, this is wow! Look at what this looks like"? No,
it's going to be more like Tsushima, bro. It's going to be the same form. All the wind blowing in directions for you to follow, and it's going to be the same thing that Ghost of Tsushima was. Because they just give you more of what they've already given you.
Yep. Which if they took it off, it would be different. But they're not. It's not like they're doing some crazy like, oh my god, this looks next gen, but now I'm just playing in that world in real next gen. Okay, maybe. But like that trailer, everything they showed, even that, like, shit, do something to make it look amazing. They showed a little gameplay. It somehow looked worse than fucking Ghost of Tsushima did back when on the PlayStation 5. It's crazy.
They just get so caught up in what's worked before. It's like they're scared to make any creative decisions which might go against the grain a little bit. Like that's what I said before yesterday. They're too formulaic. They're trapped in their own. They've trapped themselves. Something works. It's like, remember Days Gone, right? Days Gone didn't do so well, and they tried to do something a bit different with it, and then they scrapped it because it wasn't received the same way. And this is what happens if a studio tries to do something that a little different, they get shut down. So it's like these developers thinking, no, I'm just going to do what Sony want me to do. I'm just going to stick to the same thing. The next God of War game will be the same as the other two. It's just they're going to do the same thing.
Yeah. Days Gone, aside from like it's the mess with the release, it also it needed next to The Last of Us. It's kind of like it did need more. But it was a nice
different,
base.
Right? It's like something that, even though like it was a very different game, like completely, like it's an actual open world game and things like that. It's just aesthetically, it looked too close, and being a new IP versus being, the follow up to a successful, franchise, it got buried. And it's just not a great situation.
The thing is, you can imagine that game and you already know exactly how it's going to play, what gameplay mechanics are going to be there, how it's going to. You don't even need to really get it at this point. You would know exactly how it's going to play. You might as well just watch if you want the story, just watch the story on YouTube at this point. Like you don't need to play it. You're going to have duels. It's going to control the same. You're going to have the same sort of styles. They're not going to do anything crazy for it. And that's why, if you want people to pay on Game Pass, it doesn't make you just play it. But if you're going to charge like all that money for the game, you need to give us something to be excited for. You need to go look at this new next generation feature. Like,
yes,
the
You have
SSD.
to wow us.
Show us some new things. There's nothing new happening, man. It's just so stale. I mean, my wife's going crazy because she loves Ghost of Tsushima, so she can't wait for it. So when she hears me talking about it this way, I'm going to be in trouble. Don't talk about my Ghost.
But I mean, listen, Ghost was a fine game. I wasn't a huge fan of it, like crazy, but you know, it was at least it was like it felt unique. The problem is that and it only felt unique because of like the style of the game, right? They chose a style to go with as far as like the camera angles of the story, the Japanese, old film style and shit like that. Like they did a pretty good job. The cutscenes were for the most part pretty good.
In order to figure out where you had to go, the wind would show you.
Yeah, because it was pretty cool like that. It was a unique way of doing things. The problem is what starts out as unique becomes lazy. The norm when it's lazy because that's what they rely on for the next one. And if you're not doing something that, again, is, as much as I keep saying it, I know how you feel about like graphics. You said it's not the biggest thing. I love, like, for me, like graphics are like huge for me. Not that it takes the place of a good playing game, right? You still need the substance.
Gameplay. You still need it. All has to tie together. But listen, the nickname is graphics whore.
That's what I am. Yes.
I mean, I would look at it this way. If I was developing that game, and you've got access to so much power, I wouldn't really be trying to make it look better. What I would be trying to do is utilize that power to populate the world in a much more dense way. Because Ghost of Tsushima was beautiful, but it was fucking empty, man. Like, it was empty. There was hardly anyone around, ever. So we're in the next generation now. I mean, current generation. We've been in a few years, but still we're seeing empty landscapes again and again. These big open worlds with nothing in them. Utilize that power. Maybe make the map smaller, but more dense. Make it feel more alive. Utilize all that SSD stuff to give us more NPCs with more backstories. Make the world feel lived in and alive. Because it can make the fields look as pretty as you want, but if they're empty, who cares? Do you know what I mean? Give us a world where we can be invested in it and it can feel real. That's where I would put the resources. But judging by what I don't think that's going to be the case.
No, they already kind of showed us.
You start with something, and this happens pretty much with a lot of their games. They start with something unique and special and creative, right? But if you don't expand on that and you do more of the same, like, you have to go ahead and say, okay, how can I elevate this? Where do we go from here? You can't say, oh, well, they like this, so let's give them more of the same thing. The industry continues to grow, and so you have to do the same. If not, you're just stuck in the past. Because to be real, technology and things like that, they just are moving forward very rapidly. So a year goes by, we are in a whole different place, in a different mentality than we were,
Yeah, agreed. I just wish there was more excitement surrounding anything, and not just because like you're excited because it's a sequel. Like excited because of what they actually showed.
Yes.
Right. And, I don't think anybody can say what they showed was for anything has been really exciting. Right. Like even Intergalactic, I'm a Naughty Dog, fan. Like I really, I like Naughty Dog, but like that trailer, as as fine as it was, I think it was well made. I think they did a fine job with the trailer itself. Still, like all this time, I feel like you got to give us a little more, and that little piece at the end just didn't, do it. If anything,
you can ever just give a cinematic trailer, because what you're giving is nothing really. Like
exactly,
you're giving us absolutely nothing at all, other than we're making this game. It's like, okay, well, how excited can you be? I miss the days where you'd see a trailer and be really excited about. I remember as a kid there was this moment, and it killed me. Do you remember when the first Mass Effect was first starting to come out back in the day? I think it was like 2006. I think I might be wrong, but somewhere 2007, I think. and the first trailers that come out. Now I had a PlayStation, so I didn't have access to it, but I remember seeing that trailer and being mind blown about that game, man. I remember thinking, what is this? Because it was like I think it was the first game ever where you had a dialogue wheel, right? Where instead of picking from a row of text, you would pick what to say, and then your Commander Shepard would say, it wouldn't say that, but it'd say something along those lines. And it was the first game that ever did that. And I was like, what? This is like, nothing like this has ever been done before. This is insane. This is like my perfect game, and I can't play it. I'm going to lose my mind. And like, I miss seeing games where they offer new things like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like now that's sort of like a mainstay standard in the industry, and a lot of games do that now. But back then that was new, and we just don't see much new happening anymore. Like it can make gaming. It's why it's so weird to me going back and playing like Halo, and it's new to me. But I'm like, how were games so innovative back then, and now they just seem to be lacking that creative flow? You know what I mean? Like,
Agreed, because they're all afraid to make these games, man. It's
because it's so ridiculous now. That's why back in those days, gaming was much more niche, wasn't it? So it was the
cheaper to make.
Yeah, much more room for creativity. But now it's such a business model, and it's run by these publishers who. This is why the people over at Larian get so much love, because they just love gaming and love games and want to make amazing games. And now the developers are just they're answering to the publishers, and they only care about the money, not the creative aspects of the game. And that's why we're out where we're.
So it costs so much, and it's grown so much, and there are, again, so many games out there. It's kind of like when you think of, movies, it's like, how can you tell a story or make something very special and original when everything feels like it's been said and done, right? So everyone wants to go out there and make a game, and that's amazing. Go ahead and do something, but it has to be captivating. It has to be special. It has to be unique. So this is kind of like where you filter out, and a studio like Firewalk has to get shut down and go take a walk, because you do have to show up. You can't just come out here and give something that is uninspiring. It comes with challenges.
Facts. Yeah. Agreed. It does. And that's the hurdle. And honestly, that's why, over here, we say it all the time, but that's why we love Xbox, because they are literally, and we've said this many times, but they're essentially the only kind of like safe haven for creativity. And we see it if you look at how many games they're releasing in every different genre and all different types of games, like they're not being risk averse. They're actually taking the risk, but it's because of what they've done as a business that allows them to do this. And this is what we've talked about here, which is, great, that, the reason buying these publishers, right? The reason why it makes so much sense for Xbox and why it matters so much to us is because when they own a Call of Duty, when they own a Minecraft, when they own an Overwatch, or any of these games that are, live games that just live, right, that are constantly being purchased, constantly being spent money on, what it does is it creates almost like a little barrier around the other games that are being made, right? Like Matt Booty had an interview a while back now where he spelled out literally how they view their games and what they expect from them. And that's why we can get South of Midnight and these other types of games, because, Hellblade 2, they know the purpose of those games are not to sell, right? They're not making those games to sell. Sure, they want them to sell, but they're not making them to sell as far as like dollar per game is concerned. They want to feed the ecosystem.
What is going to bring in. They're trying to do something special to reach those players. And if it's something that becomes a big thing, then so be it. But it's not their lifeline, right? Because they do have games like Call of Duty and Minecraft and all these other, essentials is what we can call it, so that then you can go ahead and put accessories here and there that makes the platform great. And that is the fundamental problem that PlayStation is having. They don't have the essentials, right? So how can you go ahead and decorate the tree if you don't have the base for it? It just becomes a mess. You're gonna break the ornaments, they're all gonna fall flat. You need to have it all. So when you don't have that money coming in, right, and they need to rely on third parties to bring in that money so that they can go ahead and make something special, but they're afraid to run out of that money that does come in, you have broke station. And that's the situation that they're dealing with.
It's true. It's true. Over here, I did not see this, but I do, and we do have a few that stacked up over here, so we have to get to our homies. But mother effing Twank89, our dude, has become
Thank you, love. Thank you so
member.
much.
Thank you so much, brother. We appreciate you, man. That is awesome. Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest member, man, Twank89. We appreciate you, fam. Thank you so much for rocking with us, man. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you, homie.
Man. Thank you for being
Absolutely. Here. We do have our boy Jacob Novak in the building with that $5 from chat. Says, Eli, people like me subbed and followed you not only because you began playing Xbox, we get Xbox stuff in the YouTube recommended tab, but your personality.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
That's a nice message. We agree. We agree.
Yes.
Raiden Blade in the building. Damn, man. Member for 13 months. Woo! God damn.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome, man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. It says, hey guys, hope you had a great Christmas. Looking forward to Xbox kicking our gaming ass backlog to ponies. Please go buy a laptop or PC and get Game Pass. Facts.
Game Pass. That's where it's at. That's the thing. Like,
this is crazy.
It's crazy to spell all these things out, but and that's why it's such an issue. Like when you go, and again, Eli and Hargi, they don't have Twitter, so they don't necessarily see all the chaos that is caused on Twitter. But it's like to come over here and cause this type of wave and create that type of issue on social media when it comes to, like, when you know that Game Pass exists, that this is the only platform making these amazing games. It's like, come on, man. It's ridiculous to go ahead and cause chaos and act like the world is ending over it, right? What do you say?
I say Game Pass is the biggest exclusive, really, when you look at, you know, that's, I mean, I don't know how anyone can really justify saying Game Pass is less than it is. I had someone in my comment section yesterday saying, well, we don't want to rent games. And it's like, again, you don't need to, like, you can buy it. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's like saying it's not a good service because you want to own them. Well, own them then. Like, you don't need, it's just because you don't, it's just a nonsensical argument. It doesn't make any sense to say it. Like I said, I'm glad I'm not on Twitter because I think it would make me insane. Just to hear it, like, over and over, and I think I'd just end up making videos on them all the time, and it'd drive me mad.
And then you'd be like, "Listen, what's the freaking point?" Because it's the same. It's a loop around with some of them that it's wild. But yeah, the idea of like I need to own my games. If you're going to the place where they are making games, you can, like we talked about yesterday, like you could just buy the games. No one's stopping you from going ahead and investing in that way. That's up to you. That's the beauty of it.
Agreed. 100%. And we have our boy Sir Riffs a lot in the building. Thank you, bro, for being here. Thank you for that $5 super chat. It says, Eli, if you're going to play 360 games, pick up Left 4 Dead 1
Oh,
and
yes.
2.
So
those
good.
were 360 games that never made it to PlayStation 3. You and the missus will love them.
So
yeah, I
good.
will definitely pick them up.
Yeah, those are fun. Doodle and I have played those many times. Very good. Very fun games. They should make part 3, but we'll see. Raiden Blade back with another $5 super chat, man. I appreciate you, homie.
Thank
Says
you.
Xbox has a roadmap and more IPs, new IPs in 2025. So wait on Xbox ported games or convert and get devices that run Xbox Game Pass. We all are gamers.
And that's what it should come down to, right? The games.
Facts.
I love that you said that, Raiden Blade.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, dude, it's clear that this is where everything's going, right? Even, people want to deny it or people try not to see it, but the fact that PlayStation came out and said that the next thing we're doing is partnering with AMD to work on Amethyst or Project Amethyst or whatever. And I mean, that's not a PlayStation exclusive thing. That's just like in general. Why would they be wasting time on working on something that is not PlayStation exclusive if it's not for everything just to go everywhere anyway? I don't know. I think that obviously everybody's going to make their own stuff that's unique about their platform. But if the underlying new technology is all the same thing, it's just to make it easier to go between consoles and different places. It's pretty easy in my eyes. I mean, what do you think, Eli? I know with this stuff, some of the PlayStation fanboys don't like hearing that idea. Do you think PlayStation will eventually start doing the similar situation where they're porting their games over in time, or do you think that it's not happening?
I think they have to now. I think because PlayStation guys haven't been turning up, they don't really have much choice but to go that. You see, you can only hang on exclusives so long, and provided that your install base are buying them. And when you look at the size of their install base, which is massive, the numbers just aren't adding up. So they're a business. They're going to have to stop. Putting them on PC was just a start. That was just an experiment. But they might have to, man. If PlayStation guys aren't going to put their hands in their pockets like I did and buy the stuff, then what choice do they have? Do you know what I mean? They might have to go there. And then it leads into question, well, what's the point for PlayStation? Because that's been their bread and butter for so long. Since the beginning, it's always been, well, we're PlayStation, we have this game, we have that. They're exclusives, and their single player sort of focus has been their identity. So if they start having to put everything elsewhere, then I don't think it's a difficult situation for them, because that goes against everything that they've ever been. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, I agree, but I think that that's a difficult situation for the fanboys, right? Because numbers wise, I think the vast majority of people, since they're clearly not showing up for those exclusives,
they don't care about the numbers. They just care about the Metacritic scores. They don't even look at the numbers. They just care about did it score well? Or did it get 90? A lot of them don't even understand that any of this stuff has happened.
Yeah. Well, Hiroki is we'll see what he does. I mean, we've got some words from Herman. He put in he had like an interview with Famitsu, so we'll talk a little bit about that a little later. But yeah, it's clear that they don't have first party lined up for anything to come out outside of Ghost of Yotei. If that happens, their money hatting scheme is back in effect.
That can't be the only AAA sort of exclusive. Is Wolverine set to happen next year, or is that 2026?
Supposedly, but we think it's 2026. It got pushed back, and the leaks are not looking good. You got people. This is how bad the leaks are. You have people trying to say that it's a Just Cause 4 mod that they're actually showing. And just today I found somebody who said, okay, bet, let me show you. He has the PC leaked. He has it, went in there, turned it on, and showed the same goddamn world that is in the leak that people are saying is a Just Cause 4 mod. So think about that the PlayStation fanboys are saying that that's a mod of an old ass game, Just Cause 4. When
so
actually,
is that it for Sony next year? Is just Ghost of Yotei? Is that it?
Well, they have supposedly Fair Games, right? Which is that multiplayer game. They also supposedly have Marathon from Bungie, the multiplayer game. So as far as like AAA single player experience, that's Ghost of Yotei. That's it. As far as like, yeah, the other one,
that's insane. There's nothing came out either. Really,
exactly, and this is the thing, and this is the part that gets me, and how they're not a army of you running around like these dudes should be looking and saying, God, how is Xbox literally going to drop 10 first-party games next year, and PlayStation has us lined up for one that we are going to actually care about, and 2 multiplayer games that chances are very high that are not going to do anything crazy. Maybe the only one might be Bungie's because people love them. It makes no sense, man. It makes no sense. I can't wrap my head around these people, but it'd be what it be. The homie Brett Bingham in the building with that.
What's good?
Appreciate you, homie. Says success brings complacency. PlayStation hasn't had to worry for 12 years on competing. They haven't had to since the 360. Now they have to take risks too. Theoretically, you would think so, but so far, I mean, obviously, I guess the risk was Concord their risk. I don't know. I don't think they looked at Concord as a risk. They looked at Concord as a smash hit. Herman Holt said that was going to be their next Star Wars. It was going to be as important to them as Star Wars.
The most important IP aside from Horizon.
It was going to drop Horizon to become the next. It was going to be their most important IP.
Go. Okay.
The CEO of PlayStation thought Concord was going to be the most important IP for them. And that shit.
Horizon wasn't even that good, man. I didn't even like Horizon.
It's not that good. It's not that good. It's just he made it
to be the most boring protagonist ever, man. I found her.
Bro, we call her NyQuil. We call her NyQuil over here.
Yeah,
that's what she is. She's NyQuil.
You know, a game about these giant robot dinosaurs is like it's like a sci-fi writer's wet dream, and this is what they came up with. Aloy, honestly, man, me and my wife, we liked the gameplay, but even she was like zoning out every time Aloy, every time she tried to speak, it was like, oh my god, she just rants. It's like it's so bad. I really didn't get into Horizon at all. But there's these Sony guys who will just stand behind every game that comes out and say it's the best thing ever. Like, I was never like that. I could play Horizon and say I didn't like it. So PlayStation fans have never really been that keen on me anyway. I think they're probably happy for me to go.
See, this is the problem though. Like when you go ahead, and I think the biggest thing to highlight, they are taking Concord was essentially it was a risk. This is not something that they normally go out there and make, right? So for Xbox to come into their space and get into the single player and do it better, right, than PlayStation has ever freaking done it, and inspire them to the idea that they can maybe someday make a game like that. And then you have PlayStation trying to jump into the multiplayer space and fail as badly as they have, because that's what Conquer was. It was an epic freaking fail, and we thought that would be the end of it, but somehow they seem to go ahead and keep hitting that same wall. I mean, it's very telling as to where the future is heading. They are trying, and I think what happens is that they figure this is the way. So let's go with a bunch of gas games, which is ridiculous to leave everything you have done kind of like behind and say this is going to be the only focus. And I guess that when you have limited amount of funds, you do have to just pick and choose where your focus is going to be, as opposed to over on this side, they kind of can just go ahead and make it all. But they have to go ahead and focus on that one thing. They go all in and it doesn't work out. So at this point, they're just bleeding out.
It's really crazy to see how far they've fallen. You know what I'm saying? From being like that dominant situation to now kind of being there. But it's true. Like
that Concord would work. Like, do they not even understand their own the culture within PlayStation and that multiplayer community isn't a thing on the PlayStation? Like, how did they not realize that? You know what I'm saying? It's not, the PlayStation community isn't built that way. they were never. It was never going to work. I don't know. I don't even understand how they thought it would. PlayStation's just not control.
Yes, and I think that the way to ease them into that, it should have been by, instead of making a separate Spider-Man multiplayer, add the multiplayer into Spider-Man 2, right? Instead of thinking of making a separate multiplayer Horizon, add the multiplayer into the same freaking game, build it that way, and start getting your fans used to playing the multiplayer version of it. Once you see those numbers and you see how involved they are, then you say, okay, now we can go ahead and make a multiplayer game that they could potentially respond to. And even then, it's not guaranteed. But I think they have this issue where they look out there and they say, okay, well, this is working for them. It must work for us. You can't abandon your fan base. We talked about Ragnarok, and the numbers were not what we thought they were going to be. So on PlayStation's, through their eyes, you say, okay, well, we have single players. They're not showing up like they were showing up for it before. So what do? We try to pivot to see what's making money out there. And maybe they will respond to that. It's kind of like a helpless situation that they went about the wrong way.
The crazy thing is that they used to do that, right? Like literally Uncharted used to have multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
Last of Us Factions was a multiplayer mode in The Last of Us. And then Last of Us 2 came out. Instead of adding to that, they said, no. You know, we're going to not have that there because we're going to do something bigger and better. And then shit never came out and got canceled. It never came
out. Like, it should have seen the light of day. It should have been a part of it. They got, you know what it is? They were counting their pennies. They wanted people to go ahead and say, let's go ahead. Just like they did with Astro Bot. It was a free game before. Now they went ahead and wanted to make it something that you pay for. And they didn't say, okay, well, we're going to ease the situation. We're going from a free game to a $20 game now, or $30 game. They wanted full price, right? We saw Spider-Man, they wanted to break it. They wanted move forward, breaking it up into three segments, right? And they expect everyone to show up and pay for all of it separately. And it's like, what are we doing here? What are you trying to do? You're barely alive, and now you want to squeeze out more and more money from the people that are still there. It was never going to work out.
Agreed. Yeah, even like they had Ghost of Tsushima had a multiplayer mode too that people liked. And again, just nothing. So instead of building on what they had that was successful, they just let it
dilute.
They just let it die. You know what I'm saying? They just let it die and it became nothing. Right. So I don't know. They're it's funny. We're gonna read some of the stuff that he talks about a little later, but it's like they're still in the mindset of multiplayer. And the problem, this is, you know what was their issue? Is because they see how many people play multiplayer on PlayStation, right? It's the vast majority of people.
But that's
because they're all playing Call of Duty and Fortnite.
That's the thing.
Right?
They do love those games. You have the fundamental people that come in for those single player experiences, and that's exclusive to them. But they do see those numbers. That's why Jim Ryan was losing his mind with the ABK deal, right? That's why he was trying to stop it. We will be done if this goes through. And I mean, he foresaw the future, right? It's happening. Slower than it, man. It's more crucial than we thought. The way that it's playing out, it's crazy to see. I didn't think it was going to get hit that fast, and it's like it's happening so drastically that you're like, okay, just put him down. But at the same time, you can't stop looking at the mess that's taking place.
It's going to be an interesting year next year for PlayStation, just due to the sheer content that Game Pass is putting out as well. That's going to put a lot of pressure on PlayStation as a brand, because there's just so much coming out on Game Pass next year. It's just endless. next year, man. So I don't know what their reaction is going to be to that, but they need to have one. They need to
Yes.
show something good coming up, because it's going to be dire if they don't. Because if I didn't have an Xbox, next year would be rough. You know, well, what are you playing next year? Do you know what I mean?
Again, and like, you know, this idea that they, you know, they're going to keep money hatting, you know, games, like that's, you know, fine for them, but like they somehow tricked, you know, the fanboys into thinking that they got something because of that, but they didn't. They got nothing from the fact that PlayStation money hatted, you know, a game, right? All that game was going to do was going to be everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference. The game was going to be multi-platform, but instead it was only on PlayStation. The fan didn't get it for free. Like, if Game Pass, if Xbox money hats a game, right, and says, hey, you know what? This game, it's ours. Xbox fans, what do they get? They get a new game in Game Pass for free, right?
Yeah.
The PlayStation fanboys that get this game exclusively on PlayStation just still have to buy the game like normal. Like, nothing has changed for them. No, nothing has changed. It's the same exact scenario for them, except that they get to say, hey, you don't have this game. And it's like, okay, fine. But like, obviously we've seen people pulling away from PlayStation, right? So the issue you have is that they're relying, and that's why they've gone and they do like this China Hero project, right? Where they're looking to get these games. But what are they doing? They're doing the same thing that they do first party. Now they're doing with their money hatting games. It's all going to be these Dark Soul type games, Black Myth Wukong, the other Way of the Sword or whatever. Like, they have a couple of like more coming in the same vein, right? So now, like, that's their new angle. Everything is going to be these boss rush or these Dark Soul type games.
They're incredibly niche as well, and most people
exactly
aren't that into it. Do you know what I mean? So it's, again, and they're also similar as well. Like, again, it's that repeated formula. They find something that works and they just double down on it.
Exactly.
Yep.
And it's like, it's tiring because as a fan, if you have a PlayStation, it's like, bro, like, cool, all right, great, you get me this, like, I played this game, but it's like, all right, so is this the only game I'm gonna like, this is it, this is the same type of game I'm gonna be playing like forever? Like, you can't, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I guess obviously there's third party to fill out all the other stuff, but it's like the idea of first party is
what makes the box special.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're supposed to, not even the box, just the idea of the quality of a game, right? Like, the whole idea of first party is that they have the money, they have the funds, they have the knowledge of their box. So first party is supposed to equal better quality, you know, better experiences. And, you know, somebody like Xbox proves, I mean, if you look at this past year that they've had, they killed it, right? Like, even with Metacritic, sure, they don't have a 94 fucking Astro Bot, but all their games scored well, right? And you're talking different genres. So if you're a like a RTS person, real-time strategy, 4X strategy, like, Ara was amazing. Age of Mythology was amazing. Phenomenal. Right? You had third person, you know, Hellblade 2. You had first person games. Like there's just so many, like, so much variety and done at a high level. And this year we're going to see even more. Say that again? Yeah, something for everyone. Exactly.
On Xbox, as where PlayStation can't say that.
No, they have to rely on third party for that, right? They have to rely on third party for that, but that third party is also on Xbox, right? So where's the benefit? What do you gain, right? When we've talked about this for a long time, like, no matter how you cut it, right? The PlayStation that you have today the first party of PlayStation can never, ever, ever come close to outputting what Xbox is going to be able to give you. The Xbox has fucking 42 plus studios, you know what I'm saying? And there's, within those studios, there's multiple studios, right? So it's like even if you have, like, for PlayStation to compete 1 year and give you an amazing year and drop like 5 or 6 first party games, that means you have like 5 years of no games. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they shot their load. They have nothing else to give you because all their studios that you care about dropped the game, right? That's why they're doing this 1 a year bullshit, because they know they can't compete. And it's like, sure, in the previous life where you only really got 1 or 2 major exclusives from Xbox and PlayStation, that was fine, right? That just is what it is, right? It wasn't expected to be anything different. But this is where we talk about how Xbox is literally they gave up that war, right? That battle for consoles and shit. They gave that up, and they started a new entire situation that, unfortunately for PlayStation, they can't even compete in. You know what I'm saying? They don't qualify to compete in this race, and it's with content. They just do not have the amount of content. Like, we don't play games once a year. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't like that. That's wild to think that I am only going to get a game that I have a console for once a year. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like,
third-party games that are coming out are on Game Pass anyway. So
exactly.
I don't know, man. It's dire. It's looking very bleak. I got out at the right time, man.
The perfect time. The perfect time.
I'm very good to Fanboy in 2025 if my wife didn't get me that console, man. And I don't even like Ghost of Yeltsin, so I would have been in a terrible situation. Like, just watching my wife play it. I mean, this has been a great year for gaming.
That's wild.
But that's what's wild. And you know, they talked about Hiroki came out here. They make games, they make great games, so they don't understand money, and so they're gonna have to cut back. Then we see the losses from Concord and everything else that took place. And it's like, okay, you said that you were gonna have cuts before this mess played out. So where are you guys financially now? And what are your studios going to be able to deliver? That he spoke about, you know, smaller experiences, and how much smaller are you going to go? It was so disheartening because, you know, we did see Ghost of Yotei, and it's like, okay, awesome, new game from PlayStation, and you see and you go back and you're like, okay, this is an attempt, because the whole show leaked on Twitter, on social media. They you know, play by play exactly how it was going to go ahead and play out. We saw the issues with the Pro not selling, and it's like, it seems scrambled together. So it's like, how do you do this to your consumers? Your wonderful wife loved Ghost of Tsushima, and now she sees Ghost of Yotei. How are you going to just scramble something together for those fans instead of giving them something that they deserve, right? With the funds that should be going towards that game and towards that IP, which is supposed to be your first party IP. Like, treat it with respect. Have respect for the money that people are going to put out there for you. And that's what's so annoying and frustrating, because we do understand that they are not in that financial space, but you also then have to go ahead. If you're giving smaller experiences, you shouldn't be charging what you're charging for these games. You also have to put a smaller freaking price tag on these games. You're expecting the same from your consumers, if not more, right? Because we saw the Pro, we saw the price tag for that. You're expecting more from the payers, but you're not giving them more. It just doesn't make sense.
They are so out of touch with reality at this point. And the Pro was the perfect example of that. And they're not going to respect Ghost of Tsushima. If they didn't respect God of War, they're not going to respect Ghost of Tsushima. Do you know what I mean? Like, they have their head in the clouds right now. They're so out of touch. They don't know what they're doing. Like, to charge that, look, man, if the Pro would have come out and been the same price as the PS5 was at launch, you could have gone, okay, fair enough. But it's just insane. Of course, it's not selling. Anyone who buys that needs a mental health checkup. Like, it's a scam. It's a complete scam. It blows my mind that people are even buying it. The only reason you could have to buy it is if you didn't have a PlayStation platform. and you wanted to buy one now and you just had the money to spend on the extra and it didn't really mean anything to you, then by all means, buy the Pro. But outside of that circumstance, it doesn't make any sense to buy a Pro, man. I just don't get it. I don't understand people. It's not an upgrade.
That's the thing. I don't have a problem. Like, this is the thing. I don't think that it's a situation where it's like, if you come out here and you say, you know, I'm buying the Pro because I want to have the next console that they release, right? Understood. Yes, of course. Go ahead. You want the latest. You want to have every console they release. Go ahead, but to come out here and pretend that it's a 4090 or it would be something that you're having some type of major upgrade, that is just something I have to say something about, right? Then my opinion comes in because you're speaking gibberish.
Facts.
It's not an upgrade.
Yeah. If you have to, like, if you're releasing a new console and you have to zoom in 20 times to see the difference, like,
well, what I told you is there's no real difference in the main experience because that no one cares about the things but when you're playing it, you don't pay any attention to that. I mean, realistically, look, ray tracing is nice. But realistically, do you ever notice that shit when you're playing a game at fast pace? Do you ever stop to really look at the reflection? I know I don't. It's not something ever worth sacrificing frames per second for. Like, if I was ever given the choice, play a game at 60 without ray tracing or 30 with it, well, I'm taking it 60, aren't I? Not gonna, like playing Spider-Man, it's like, whoever stops to look at the reflections when you're zipping around? No one. You're too busy doing backflips to notice that shit. It's like, so who cares? You know, I just don't get it. When I first saw it, I was... what is this? Like, it's just the most.
And I can appreciate those moments if I can see them for myself. But if you have to pause, zoom in, and be very specific about the situation, I want gaming to evolve. I want it to continue to grow and give me more, give me better, right? That's the way it should be. But when I have to sit here, I'm not going to pause the game and look for a different picture to compare the two to see if I see a difference between them. This is not where it's Waldo. This is brand new. Here's your new experience. And I should be able to pick that up without anybody trying to help me see it.
Well, you need to understand as well is that presentation was the best example of the Pro that you could find.
Exactly.
This was their presentation. So that was the greatest example of its difference that they could find anywhere. That was the big one. So at Sony headquarters, there was like, this is the one. We'll show, this is what we'll show them to really convince them. So of all the footage they could have possibly had and all the games at their disposal, that picture of Last of Us, that was the prime example of how great the Pro was.
Wow.
Think of it, that's mental. That's the best it's going to get. So when you take it home and you have it, it's not even going to be as good as that because that was the peak. That was the pinnacle of it.
Exactly. That's why I was so confused. Like, they were not open. Like, here, guys, go ahead and dissect it, try it out, figure it out. Like, they were very, come in here. This is the TV. Stand right here, two freaking inches away from it. And here's your experience. The people that got to go ahead before the pre-orders went up and everything else, like, that was the experience they gave, right? And then it was like, okay, now go talk about it. But realistically, Eli, people do not have the same exact TV that they're running it with, the same exact settings, the same exact way. Like, this was a very specific situation. This was not a here, we're confident in what we did. Go and fiddle with it and come back and say your piece about it.
Yeah, no, of course not. Because everyone would come back and go, it's just like a PS5. I don't see the difference. That's why.
That's the sick part about it, and the reality is, like, you brought up Spider-Man. Like, on the PlayStation 5, Spider-Man already has ray tracing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's the crazy shit. Like they didn't do anything. Like it's just the same shit, just a little more. So it's not like you're missing out because you have the PlayStation and then get the Pro. Yeah, it's stupid. And then the one game that that did add it was Alan Wake 2, and that was a fucking nightmare. Like that game with the ray tracing is, first of all, 30 FPS, which people claim that they don't want to do. And then the ray tracing that they added was so shitty that it's almost like it's better to see it without it. You know what I'm saying?
When the developers have to come out here and say, well, listen, this is a written documentary of what I had to go through to explain that, look, we did all this work and it's not up to par what you are expecting to see from them. I mean, it's very telling when we have Mark out here coming to do damage control because they can potentially be sued for not being transparent about what the PlayStation 5 Pro really is. It's like, these are the things you should have said prior. Like, CMoney, you and I saw it right from the get-go. We said, this isn't it, right?
Yep. People
are just, go ahead and upgrade, but it's really an upgrade. They're here trying to do damage control and get some money in. So, I mean, they should have said, it's just good. It's just good. We did something that we worked really hard on, and this is just what it is. Don't come out here trying to, because they try to blame it on people on Twitter. Like, oh, they took it further than what we ever said it would be. But it's like, you were also lying. It's just the lie got bigger than your lie, and now it got kind of out of control. But that doesn't mean you weren't full of shit too.
Why did they even make the Pro? What was the point? Like, I just don't understand why do it? Like, why waste all that money on making that? I just don't get it. Why not just make a PS6? Just focus on why make that? I just can't understand why.
Well, I think there was a time where Xbox was going to do a mid-gen refresh. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got, like, the one thing I will say is, like, this stuff was all happening during the pandemic, right? So, like, I know the pandemic seems like it didn't even happen, or it was like a lifetime ago, but it did happen, and all these things were happening. Like, they were making the Pro before they released the regular 5, because they were just anticipating that they were going to do have it like last gen and do a mid-gen bump, just because like they already got it once, right? So why not do it again?
Like, the mid-gen refresh has to make sense. If it doesn't do anything, then that's why
Xbox backed out, right? So Xbox was going to do a mid-gen refresh. We have the leaked documents, but then they backed out. And they said they'd rather go early than do a mid-gen.
The refresh.
So that's why we're supposed to be getting, the rumors that we're getting the next gen Xbox in 2026 instead of 27 or 28, like the PlayStation, whatever they're going to do, because they are foregoing doing the mid-gen refresh, right? Because it's, because of the pandemic, the generation didn't really start until essentially
it'll be a long time before we see a PS6, brother. Like, they've just launched the Pro, so that will be a very long time.
They just launched the Pro, and they just launched this project with AMD. So that is going to take God knows how long.
I mean, they're claiming 10 years. I mean, it seems like a very long time to be out of the game. And again, the pisser is just a refresh. It's not here's a brand new console. Like, if the PlayStation 5 just released, right, this year, and you're like, okay, well, we're going to take a little longer and we're coming in 10 years later. It's like, okay, but I mean, it's been a minute since the PlayStation 5 came out, and here we are with this new tech. I don't know. It's messy.
Honestly, I think it has a lot to do with whatever Xbox is going to do. So once Xbox goes ahead and, kind of stakes its claim and says, hey, this is what we're doing, then we'll see how far PlayStation wants to wait and go, right? Because I mean, let's be real. Like the one generation that PlayStation got the smoke was the Xbox 360 generation. Why? Because Xbox came out a year before, right? They were able to kind of set the stage. People didn't want to wait any longer for next gen. They brought in next gen experiences that you couldn't have on PlayStation 2, right? And you know, I don't know if, you know, if Xbox comes in a year or two or more, right? If they come in 2026, there's a good chance they could be anywhere from 2 years to 4 years if PlayStation 6 doesn't come out to 2030. If they're doing the whole 10-year cycle from PlayStation 5 to, you know, the PlayStation 6, I mean, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, even 2 years would be insane to have a next gen console that is, you know, playing games at a whole nother level than anything else releasing on the current gen consoles. And it just be like, all right, yeah, we're going to wait. So I don't know. I think that if they come out early, you can see PlayStation probably cut some corners and say, all right, let's get this out because we can't wait.
But how do they do that to people who have invested in the Pro? Turn around and be like, yeah, we're bringing a new one out now, like so soon.
I mean, to be fair, they did that to PlayStation 5 players because PlayStation 5 players didn't get anything of next gen. And now they're saying, hey, here's another box that's also not doing anything next gen. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless from the first time ever. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy the fact that they came out here and charged that much for a technology that it was up to the developers if they wanted to be use it or not. I mean, that was bad enough to say, here, give me $700 for this. So it's become
drive, which is like, so
Yeah.
the discless PS5 was like what at launch, $350 or something like that. It was
$399.
It was quite a good price. So when you think $399 for the discless version, but then it's look at the Pro is like
$700, $300 more.
And they're charging you that. I don't know how you don't put the disk drive in it. I can't get. That's what really baffled me. I was like, bro, you can't just remove the disk drive and charge that much money. That's insane. And then ask people to go buy it separately. Not even a stand. What next? Buy your controller separately. Buy the cables separately. Like, I just don't know, man. It reminds me of, I don't know if you ever saw that, like, that skit that people were doing online, where basically they would set up an iPhone stand, right? And they would take people's phones and say, oh, we have the new iPhone and we can transfer all your stuff into this iPhone so you can see what it's like and see how it works. But they just clean up their original iPhone they had and pretend that they put it all into the new model and give the people it back, and they'd all be like, oh yeah, it runs so much faster, it's so much better, without realizing they're on the same phone. And that's what's happening now with PlayStation fans. They're on the phone. I've seen people commenting, saying things like, oh my God, every game runs quicker, everything's better, I can tell a difference on everything. And it's like, Jesus, man, you can't, because there isn't one.
Right. I mean, Digital Foundry come out and tell you too. Like they're the Glazers, and even they'll show you, man, this game's not doing better. Like, the pisser was like the biggest waste of money ever. But let me get hold on real quick. Let me get my boy Dan Lazaro with that 2007. Says, I always said quick resume was the game changer. I mean, it is, right? Xbox, that's always going to be something that the console has over PlayStation, unless they decide to do something for the next console. But this console is not going to get a quick resume.
Yeah, the Pro isn't doing it.
Nope.
I just tried to switch games quickly.
Oh yeah, you're telling me about it. You're telling me. That's going to be a good video. Yes, that's crazy. Trying to compete with the quick resume. The PlayStation said, I'm good.
No. Black screen. Stop. Give me a black.
That's crazy. It's true though. It's true, man. Then you have our homie Raiden Blade in the building, man. Appreciate your family that $5 in chat. Says SIE's problem. they listen to their fans and podcasters. SIE drank their own Kool-Aid and believed their shit smells like roses. But to me, SIE lied to Sony. Oh, so saying that PlayStation was putting up a front and going to Sony like, what do you mean? Everything's cool over here. We're living our best lives. These people are going to love this stuff. And then not so much. I mean, I guess that's why Hiroki's in the building.
Right?
Like, that's why they took a Sony person and put him in charge.
Yes.
And he was supposed to just be interim. And he's like, I'll find a CEO. And he's like, you know what? No.
I'm staying.
I'm going to, I'll give you a CEO. I'll give you 2 CEOs. But I'm going to create a whole new level that essentially becomes CEO. And the other ones just stay where they are, but we give them the titles anyway. That's why Sony's there, man. Sony's not going to look away anymore. It's too much money that they're playing with. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a insignificant amount of money. Like they spent stupid money on Spider-Man, bro. And I'm telling you, I don't care if they made their money back. They don't want that risk. Like they don't spend 300 million to make 300 million. Eventually. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like they spend 300 million because they want 600, 700 mil, right? They want to make money on their investment, right? Like that's a huge risk to take for so little in return. It's too much. It's too much. So we're gonna see a whole different Sony. We're gonna see what this Ghost of Yotei looks like. See what they do with that, and then after that, all these games are a little further out. We're going to see the effect of Hiroki and what he's okaying and what he's willing to spend money on.
We're going to see what gets canceled. I mean, we're talking Wolverine, Intergalactic. What is going to happen with that? It's all in question.
Yeah, there's nothing for certain. Even if they announce it, like, what does it matter? Shit, even if the game gets released, it can get pulled apparently from PlayStation. So, like, we did one of our homie demo. I don't know if you remember that game, Bleeding Edge, that came out on Xbox. Ninja Theory released it. The people who make Hellblade. Once they got bought by Xbox, they released this multiplayer game, Bleeding Edge, and it didn't really do too well, right? And we all thought that game was like dead and gone. But Demo literally hopped into the game and got matched with players. Like people were still playing that game. And it was like, this is an old ass game that everybody just assumes is dead and gone, but there's still people playing that game. But fucking Concord came out and they were like, nah, dog, we're taking that out. We ain't spending $1 on this server again. It's over.
It's wild. It's
crazy. And then we got our boy Will Broke Boy Lewis.
What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here, man.
Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says they see a difference because they want to see one.
Yeah,
yes.
Well, why wouldn't you, bro? If you spent 700 on it, you're gonna just imagine stuff. I mean, they're probably thinking that they're playing the fastest, greatest, like 240 frames per second. Like, God bless them.
God, that's wild, dude. That's wild. It's so true. It's so true. Yeah, vaya con Dios. It's funny because IGN did that blind test. I don't know if you saw that. But they had that guy play Spider-Man on a pro and on a regular. And you can hear him. He's like, oh wait, I think the shadows here look better. Oh wait, the reflection. He's like, man, that's better. And then he goes and plays the other one. He's like, oh damn, wait, the reflections are here too. I don't know. And then he goes and he picks it. He picks the wrong one. He picks the PlayStation 5.
That he had to guess just tells you everything you need, because you shouldn't be guessing at that point. It should be, oh no, that's the one. Like if you if you have to second guess your decision, they failed. Like I said, it's a PlayStation 5 identifying as a pro model. It's not really a pro model. It's
100%.
I love when he says that.
That's a good one. We need to quote it. We gotta put that out there. The PlayStation 5 Pro.
Oh my god!
It's just the PlayStation 5 identifying as a pro. That's phenomenal. Oh my god! All right. Let's get the show started. You know what I'm saying? Because we haven't done that. That's right. Have done one of our topics yet. But that being said, Eli, I told you if you ever at any point need to be out, let me know.
Yes.
No worries. All right. So we're gonna start an hour and 25 minutes into the podcast. All right, first topic, man. It's official. Indiana Jones is a massive success, at least in the eyes of the people that truly matter. That's right. Indiana Jones was such a success that Disney has already gone ahead, picked up the phone, and said, it's time. We want another one. Let's go ahead and read the article real quick from Games Radar. It says Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was successful enough that Disney reportedly picked up the phone and wants more. It was only weeks after that they expressed, Jesus, look at these things, expressed interest in the idea. Here it is right here. Comes courtesy of Windows Central journalist leaker Jess Corden, who said he's heard that Disney picked up the phone and wants more Indiana Jones. Just earlier this month, Lucasfilm Games Vice President and General Manager Douglas Riley spoke about the possibility of more whip-crapping adaptations too. While nothing's officially in development, Riley said the teams are always looking for great stories. And the good news is there's a lot of space in between the films where we could tell more and more Indiana Jones stories that I think would be super interesting. Now, they say we don't have any official numbers, but for how well Indiana Jones and Great Circle is doing now, but Circana Matt Piscatelli revealed that it was the second best-selling game in its first full release week in North America, trailing only Call of Duty Black Ops 6, despite being available on Xbox Game Pass at launch. Listen, we knew that Indiana Jones was going to be good. We did not know how good it was going to be.
Yes.
Right? Like I did not go into Indiana Jones expecting it to be my favorite game of the year. I didn't. I thought it was going to be a great game. Hellblade 2 for me was my favorite experience in gaming and probably since the last Halo. And coming into the end of the year, playing Indiana Jones, reviewing that game, I did not think that I would leave that experience saying to myself, yeah, that's my game of the year. I didn't. I thought Hellblade 2 just had it locked for me. But no, it did. It came out. It was my game of the year. Fantastic experience. They did something that hasn't been done since, I would say, and I can't even put it at this level, but I would say with a licensed experience, like a licensed game, staying true to what it is. I mean, this is in the Batman league, in the Spider-Man league of, being a representation of the IP. And for me, just the total package of this is better, for me. I think they just nailed every aspect of it. Loved it. And it's great to see that this wasn't just a, hey, it's a great game. We'll see what happens, what it does in sales. I mean, again, being number 2, the launch week that it came out, only second to another Xbox IP, which is Call of Duty, right?
Such a big IP,
it's
right?
Huge. It's huge.
It's Call of Duty we're talking about.
Yep.
So it's such a big deal for sure.
And we did see, they did talk, like the people who made Indiana Jones Machine Games did go on record saying that they were interested. They would love to do another Indiana Jones. We just heard that, from back then as well, that Lucasfilm said that they were, would like to do more. And, the fact that they didn't just say, we want to do more, so let's see who else wants to make the game. And instead they said, we want to do more. Let's see if Machine Games or let's see if Xbox is willing to do another one. I mean, this is all great news. I mean, babe, you you played Indiana Jones. I mean, what do you think about this? The fact that it's already very possible that they're going to be making another one.
I'm sure they will. Listen, the work speaks for itself. The game is phenomenal. Yes, I thought we saw it and it's like, okay, this is going to be amazing. And then you play the game and it's just a whole other level, right? The freaking attention to details. It just kind of takes you into that world. It makes you just want to continue to explore and be indie throughout. Like it's an amazing game. So this is I saw this coming. This is what happens when you put out good work and they have Disney reaching out to them, which is essentially what you want to happen in a situation like this, rather than, hey, we enjoy making the game, we wish we could make more. We have the tables did turn. I knew that it wasn't just going to be the game. This was going to bring a lot of attention to the IP and kind of refresh everything. I can only imagine how much attention it brought to the movies. So after being in the situation that they've been in, I can only imagine with Spider-Man and that relationship that they have with Sony, this should be very refreshing. Again, they did treat the IP with a lot of respect. They delivered an amazing game, amazing story. It's deserved that they're getting that call for more. So that's,
I mean, just the fact that it's literally, it felt like a movie.
It did.
Like it felt like it was.
You can literally take the cutscenes and kind of put that out there for people to watch. It is that good.
Agreed.
And it's very difficult to encapsulate something like that. Like when you make a game based off a license, the tricky thing is making it seem like the license. Do you know what I mean? That's the hard thing. And with Indiana Jones, they encapsulated the spirit of Indiana Jones perfectly. Like, you know, it was fans making that game. You know that everyone involved knows about Indiana Jones. This wasn't just like the studio who didn't know anything about it. You know damn well the people involved know about Indiana Jones. And that's for anyone playing it becomes obvious pretty quick. And that's why it's now had the resurgence it's had, because Indiana Jones fans have finally got some, because the last few movies didn't hit. So this hits in a way that Indiana Jones hasn't been hitting for a while, and it brings people back to the Indiana Jones of old. It recaptures that lightning in a bottle that Indiana Jones had when it started, and that often doesn't happen so far down the line. Do you know what I mean? Like Indiana Jones could have easily have just gone away, never come back again. But yeah, they did an absolutely phenomenal job.
They did. They nailed it.
It's funny because you look at a known IP and you're like, okay, well, eyes will be on it because it's so known, right? But you take such a big risk that if you don't go ahead and do right by the IP and still make it original enough, like it's such a balance that they were able to go ahead and deliver. It's a big deal what they did. And again, they said that they have a lot more that they want, a lot more stories that they can go ahead and deliver. So this is very exciting. I know right away the question was, will there be more, right? We had a discussion about this and it's like, well, they have to want to do more, right? Because if this was just what they wanted to tell, and because the game is selling well, you want to go ahead and say, okay, well, let's capitalize on that. Boom, let's figure out how we can push another one out. That's not the way to go about things. But obviously they are passionate about it. They have a lot more that they want to go ahead and do. So this just is an organic relationship that should move forward. Again, we also discussed Game Pass and how tricky that may be, putting the game in there. Obviously on its own is sold enough, and it was very popular in Game Pass. So we're having a good response, and we were talking about how tricky it may be with those numbers, having the game in there. So obviously that is not an issue that they're concerned with when it comes to how do we take a percentage of what is being used in Game Pass? Like, how do we define that? Obviously, that's something that's a non-issue for them.
Agreed. Hold on. Demo.
What's up, love? Happy Sunday.
So hold on real quick. I got my boy Dan Lazaro in the building with that $2 super chat. It says Disney's problem is they will force 20 indie games. I mean,
see, but
yes,
that's the balance.
Who's gonna do it though, right?
Because I think that's the balance. I think the fact that this game was made by that team and the passion that they had behind it, right? And Dan, we've discussed this before. I know exactly what you mean. Look at what they did to Marvel. Look at Disney Plus. The way that they just kept on going and trying to link the movies to force people to sign up to Disney Plus. It was just so messy and they like destroyed it. I think that it has to be done with, you think of this and you think of like Disney and PlayStation, right? They're both have the same goal of like, let's keep making more and giving them more so that they can give us more. I think this would be a control situation. So I feel like this would be a way to kind of move forward. I don't think that, Xbox in any way is going to say, okay, well, this is just not what we do. We're just pumping these out, whether we want to or not. So I think that there's more of a respect there where one is not the other. So I think we're gonna go ahead and continue to get quality from them because of that. But I hear you, Dan, that it's just Disney has a way about them for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you though. I think that Xbox will be that filter because I think it's just going to be about what the team wants to do, and Xbox's new quality bar that they've set for themselves and their studios. They're not about just pumping stuff out. They want their teams to know, like to make something they want to make. So obviously we know in this case they are up for another indie. How many more we don't know. Also, how long is this one going to take to even come out?
Absolutely.
And does Disney want to risk just whoring out the indie license to everyone out there when there's only so many people who are going to sound like indie and do it well? And right now, Troy Baker's that dude. And he killed it.
It would be a very difficult undertaking for any other developer to try and take on the indie license now. It's not as easy as Disney saying, well, everyone do it. Free reign on everyone, just make a game, because the bar's so high now that who wants to compete with it? You know what I'm saying? Because if someone else makes an indie game, it pales in comparison to this one, it's just not going to see the light of day. Because people expect this quality now. And once that bar and that standard is set, you can't just diminish it by letting anyone and everyone try and make. No one's going to want to take it on because it just has. It's such a risky job because of this game now has set a standard. You have to at least match it.
I think Disney needs to be careful with that because it's easy to get caught up and like, okay, well, you don't want to make them. I'll go here where they can go ahead and do it. And then here you go. It can do more damage than good to go ahead and mess around with that. But you brought up something so important, CMoney, how long is going to take them to deliver that second game, right? This is work that's going to go into it and they have to focus on, and it's going to take years to see this game. And there's already like talks about a DLC, right? We're expecting a DLC for Indiana Jones. And so, this is going to take time. You talked about Trey. You know how difficult it would be. This guy just captured freaking Harrison Ford. Like, it was ridiculous. Troy Baker did a phenomenal job. And it's like, okay, we're talking about years and years going by. And so who knows who has to retire in X amount of time, what happens, and what changes, right? So I think this is a situation of like game by game, maybe you can take on. I saw Coach, shout out to Coach. I believe it was him who said trilogy. But yes, you think of a trilogy, and then from there, you kind of see how you want to move forward.
I genuinely thought it was Harrison Ford, bro, when I was... Right? I didn't even realize it was Troy Baker until, like, yesterday. I thought playing it was Harrison Ford. I thought, they've done a great job in making him sound younger. Like, like I could, like that's insane that was actually Troy.
Yes. Listen, when Harrison Ford came out, it was such an epic moment during the awards, right? But it's also very like when he went ahead and spoke, it's like, okay, there's no way that he could have done that, right?
He sounds like he's already buried.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He sounds like he's talking from underground. You know what I'm saying?
Like, listen, I even think even if they had the tech to kind of like refresh the voice, right, which they can do, I think like it's really far gone from the days when he played this character that Troy Baker did. He was needed, right? And I didn't think that anyone can pull that because it wasn't just the voice, it was the tone, that like it was just a whole package where you kind of felt that arrogance and that witty that he has with it. It was delivered perfectly. So yeah, that playfulness came through everything with the voice, with the delivery of the lines. It was pretty amazing.
Agreed. Real quick, we got the homie Demo Flow Game. Thank you, man. Thank you for that super chat. It says, "Yo, CMoney, check your DMs on Twitter." I did. That's wild. We'll show it a little later for sure. But that's crazy.
I can't wait. All right.
I mean, it's wild. But I did want to get where'd it go? I think it was Why So Serious. Here you go. Why So Serious says Disney was like, you guys made a better indie than us. And I mean, that's the truth, right? And then Coach Hooded Canuck actually follows up with something that kind of taps into that one and just kind of wraps it up. Says Coach Hooded Canuck, the homie, says Indiana Jones has made me realize I don't need movies anymore.
Ooh.
And I gotta tell you, like I thought about the first 3 movies. We watched them not too long ago with our kids, and they were really good, right? They hold up really, really well, right? And then you think about like the last 3 movies or whatever that they did that have, some people like them, but overall, like the general consensus is that they're not great, movies. But I think about like the time between looking at the ones that we watched and then what the new ones are, and then like the experience we had playing Indy and being Indy and just like living that life and exploring and doing all the shit that he did in that game and the fighting and everything. It's just so well done. And it's so like captivating. Like I just kept wanting to play it. You know what I'm saying? Like I never felt like, oh my God, all right, I gotta get through this. I gotta hurry up. I want to be done. I'm like, all right, why is this part here? Like none of that. There was no fat, right? Like they cut the fat. They just left you with what you would want to experience, and they give you the ability to play as much or as little as you want, right? They have so much content in there if you want it. If you don't want it, you have a main storyline that you could finish faster. That is just as good as the best indie movie out there. Right. Like it's really, really that good. And it does make you question, like, what, like, do I need another movie from them when, like, obviously Harrison Ford is done, right? Like he's like, let's stop. We don't need to replace him with somebody else. Like,
really?
No, I mean, you have to come up with, they tried bringing up that other kid in there. It's like, you can't, there's just a certain thing. It's never going to be the same. Like there's only him. So like, let's fill in that timeline with the games. You know what I'm saying? Like
Disney have no writers, man. No one at Disney knows how to write a movie. This is a problem. Like they're clueless. So you might as well just let the story be done in video games, because Disney movies, man, it's like they're written by ChatGPT. You know what I'm saying? They're terrible.
Right.
Look how they butchered Star Wars, man.
Bringing that in and thinking of, Dan's point, right? I do think that they may look at this as an opportunity to kind of just jump back in. Obviously, they will have to be kind of careful, but who knows? Maybe they'll come up with an indie show that they're going to have on Disney Plus. Like, you never know how they're looking to capitalize.
It's just who's going to play them.
Yes.
Like, that's the problem with it.
Money is they'll make one based on a really young Indiana Jones so they can recast him. Because then it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Harrison Ford.
Or they can go ahead and bring in Harrison Ford in kind of like his grandson, right? Who's really young, and he's the one who's going to go ahead and kind of I did. I always do. CMoney.
You did?
I did. Yes.
God damn. I was like, we're gonna fucking die. Are you yo, you gotta let me know. Bro. Listen, you guys don't know what we're talking about right this second, but I had to message her because I started smelling fire. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what? Like, are we gonna die? Is this the way it's gonna end on camera? Like, is that the way it's gonna go down? So I had to ask her if she lit a candle, and she did. So I'm like,
yes.
all right. I'm like, all right. I was a little, what the fuck is going on here?
So it turned off. I looked back. I don't think you saw me, but yeah, it turned off. So that's what you're smelling.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I want to make sure. Jesus.
I like my candles. But yeah, so we'll what they can do. Yeah, they can bring him in, and kind of like his grandson is kind of going to kind of, explore and take over that. And that would be, you will just need him essentially for the beginning to kind of set the stage. It will be a freaking amazing.
He can just tell stories.
Exact, or that. It depends
he can sit
on how
there with
long
a book.
Of a
I wrote down my journal. These are all adventures that I said.
My chest, my treasure chest. Go explore and have fun, and it would be freaking amazing. It depends on how long he would want to sign on for. Again, when you're dealing with someone older, you obviously have
to sign on for.
You have your limitations.
How long you gonna live? Right? Let's call
exactly.
it that.
I'm trying to phrase it nicely.
He's up there.
Throw those vibes out there, but he is doing a show on Apple TV, right? Good. So we do know that he's open to doing these things. It just has to suit his age. So that would be pretty awesome.
Facts. Maybe Troy Baker. Maybe this is his moment.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Get in there and fulfill the role, suit up, as they say. Got the homie Drift Bandit in the building with that follow out from chat. I appreciate you. Says Disney could do a crossover anime movie with Indiana Jones meet Lara Croft, with Troy Baker doing the voice of Indiana Jones again. Oh snap. That would be dope if they were on the same timeline.
Yeah.
Like if they existed in the same world. You got Lara Croft and Indy. Notice that he didn't say Nathan Drake. You know what I'm saying? It's only a bridge too far. There's only so far we can go with these crossovers now. Oh man, my boy Adidas 20 in the building. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that super chat. Says Xbox Revelations back. Reading from the good book. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, bro. You know what it is. But yeah, listen. This is all good news for us Xbox fans, for gamers. We know Indiana Jones is coming to PlayStation 5 next year, and they're going to be able to experience it, and maybe that will allow it to be in the running for Game of the Year. But obviously, what a year of gaming we're going to have. You know what I'm saying? It's a tough year for them now, because this is a big year for gaming for Xbox.
It's funny
sure
that there were a lot of conversations, about how Indiana Jones was going to turn out, and how, them putting the game out in December. And so it's amazing to hear this, that, Disney's reaching out, and that the game is selling well, even though it's in Game Pass. So it's getting the attention it deserves. So with everything going into it, and thinking, maybe it wouldn't at the end of the year, but I did feel it right away. Like that was pretty genius. They should always go ahead and have something big like that for the month of December. It's always like a wash December, kind of like, oh, it is what it is. People are busy, but no, like it's a perfect time when people take time off and are with their families and want to play, you know, maybe something brand new and fresh. A big game like this, it's a big deal. So I'm glad they did that, and I hope they, just like the January Direct, that they continue on that path, right? That was, this is our third one coming up this year. So this is something that they should continue for sure.
Yeah, I think it would be a waste not to. It's such a great game, such a great like video game IP now. I feel like it, obviously there's been Indiana Jones games and there's been some good ones back in the day, but nothing at this level. And now, you know, this is a real AAA, you know, indie, and yeah, there's no going back. You gotta give it to us. The question is, are they gonna, like, is Machine Games, like, you know, they still have Wolfenstein, right? So, you know, we know that they were making part 3 before getting the license for Indiana Jones. So obviously they put that on hold to, you know, make Indy, right? But are they going to go do that first and then work on an Indy? Are they going to go ahead and like break up their studio and have like some people work on Indy and some people work on Wolfenstein? Are they going to start up a new studio, right? Are they going to go ahead and say, hey, you know what, let's get another team going. You know, anybody who wants to work on, you know, Wolfenstein, go lead those teams and let's build up over there. And then let's keep a indie studio. Because if, you know, if they're successful, Indiana Jones is not like, I feel like it's not like a like it's not like a superhero movie where there's always a, you know, good guy, bad guy, and then whatever happens in the middle is just the filler, right? Like, this can be like, you have genuine stories that you could tell, different adventures. Like, we can have many of these games over a long amount of time, right? Again, this is not going to be something where we're in 2 years we're going to get another indie, right? We're going to get the DLC maybe this, you know, upcoming year, and then you're talking 3 years, 4 years minimum before we see another indie, if they are in fact going to work on one. So, you know, having a new indie every generation or so, or you know, every 1 or 2 indies in a generation, wouldn't be that bad. You know, I think there's a lot of experiences that you could do. I mean, this game, obviously, you know, they didn't know if they were going to get another one, like another opportunity to actually make another indie. So you could, you know, they obviously did a lot of globe trotting, right? They gave you all the major points. You know, you got your jungle, you got your desert, you got your, you know, snow levels, right?
Yes, so they gave you everything.
Yes,
that was awesome.
So they did a lot on this one, but that doesn't mean that there's, you know, a lack of new that they can do, right? There's always more. I mean, look at how many Tomb Raiders we have gotten over the years, right? There's plenty of stories to tell. So I'm very like excited for the idea.
You know, if anything, right? And you know, you brought up all the different places, and you know, when you start off and you have this idea and you have this story to tell, right? And you feel like, okay, this can be the only game that we're making that is an Indiana Jones game, right? You try to make sure that everything you want out there is out there, right? So you go ahead and kind of compact it more. When you were talking about a second game, it could be a lot more focused, and that allows you to kind of funnel into what you want to precisely put out there, knowing that now there's more possibility of, you know, making a third game, you know, and continuing. So it could be a bit more specific, right? Where you can get a little more intricate with specifics, rather than making sure that you show everything you needed to show and wanted to show and tell. in compacted.
Agreed. Eli, you're starting you still have other stuff that you're playing first, right? You're still getting through Halo. Did you end up beating Halo last night?
No, not yet, because my wife's still really sick. So I didn't want to. We're not playing it while so she's still trying to like slowly recovering. So we don't want to.
It was just you. I'm sorry. Obviously, I mentioned it. Sorry that you're sick, but I didn't know your wife was as well. Send you our love.
She was sick before better. She sort of passed it to me lovingly.
Gave it to you.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Right now, yeah.
So, but also, I guess that is your wife. Your wife in the chat. Yes, or is that you?
Well, let me see. What's the chat saying? I did put a message in there just to say I need to head off.
No, not the private chat. In the regular, it says "couple fools." I think that's Candace.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I can't see the chat.
Oh, okay. So she's in there. Okay. So that's her. Candace. Okay. Shout out to you.
Feel better, love.
Yeah. Because Power Boss was talking to Candace, and I was like, "Is he talking to you?"
Yeah, that's the Candace. Candace cheat, we call her now.
Nice. That's what's up. No, that's dope. Yeah, I did see the message, so I was wrapping this up, and then we were gonna get you out. Big Boy Mike, I see you, brother. Says I will start playing Indiana Jones today. Do it, bro. It's fine.
Where's he starting? I didn't hear you.
Indiana Jones. He's gonna start today.
Let us know how you like it.
Facts. All right, but yes, freaking my dude Eli, man, thank you so much for coming to rock out with us again.
No problem, man.
Yeah, I know our shows go a little long, so thank you for coming to hang.
Right, take care, guys.
You too. Yeah, feel better.
Be easy, brother. Take care. Enjoy your Xbox.
Thank you, man.
All right, bro. There we go. There's Eli. What a good dude.
Right? Thanks for rocking.
Love having him on. Shout out to Candace in the chat for bringing them into our lives over on the Xbox side. You know what I'm saying? Good moves. Good call, Candace. Appreciate you. Hope you feel better. That being said, I do have the homie Will Boy Lewis in the building here with that $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Says, did you see that Ubisoft canceled the early access for AC Shadows? Their website still says February 14th release, but can't pre-order it from the Xbox store. I did not see that. I did not see that. I don't know what's going on over there, over at Ubisoft. I don't know what's gonna happen with them. I don't know. Like Assassin's Creed is like their thing right now. It's like their big thing, and like I think they're banking a lot on Shadows, and I think that's why they delayed it, because of the narrative around it was pretty bad. And I think trying to launch the game against the grain is not a good idea for them, especially when they have so much banking on it. So I think they're really nervous about this one, and I would say they probably should be. You know, things are not looking great at Ubisoft. 2025, if this game doesn't hit, if they don't, have a hit with this game, it could be a problem for them.
It could be. And, I'm glad they have the date still there, but they're not taking pre-orders, right? I think that it's responsible of them to do that, to not go ahead and have people kind of caught up with the situation where it can potentially, the date can be moved. We don't know. Listen, I don't want to put this out there, but what if it doesn't come out? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Listen, we had a conversation with Hargi, and it seems like there are deeper, more rooted issues with the game than just, fixing things here and there. So we will see how they move forward. We will see if the games see the light of day. That's not guaranteed. So I appreciate them not just getting caught up, because they did take pre-orders before. So even though the date is there, I think it's good that they're not taking people's money. I see Louis. What's up, love? Thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a scary time for them right now. We don't know, and it sucks because I like Ubisoft. I am an Assassin's Creed fan. I know people gave Valhalla shit. I really enjoyed it. I still haven't beat it because it's like 5,000 hours long, and they kept doing, add-ons to the game, and the add-ons would blend in with the main game. So sometimes I would just get in the game thinking I'm on the main mission, and instead I started another side shit. It's like, all right, well, so but I thought it was a phenomenal game. And I do look forward to this one. I look forward more to the I look forward to playing the girl, because her version of this looks like Tenchu. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys remember Tenchu from back in the day, but the creeping
around.
Yeah, the creeping
the stealth.
Yes. It looks and feels like Tenchu, and like that's what gets me excited for this Assassin's Creed. The other dude, being big and stuff, and like that makes it feel more like they're trying to go for like that the Souls-like experience, like that type of combat. And we know they brought that combat into Assassin's Creed with Origins, right? They did kind of bring that up, and it just looks more of the same on that side versus with the chick. It looks like it's going to be more like actual assassin style, like Tenchu style, which looks sick to me. So we'll see, man. Hopefully they come out, on the other side of this all right, but nobody knows. Drift Bandit, thank you, bud, for being here, man. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Says, speaking of Nathan Drake, how about another crossover anime movie with Uncharted meets Lupin the Third, since Nate and Lupin are thieves? I don't know.
Nate the thief.
Nate the thief. We know Nate is a thief for sure. But Lupin the Third, I have no idea who that is. I don't know if that's I don't know. I guess that's an anime. I could only
tell us.
But I don't know who that is. But if you're saying another crossover anime movie, has this happened in the past? Has there been an Uncharted / Lupin the Third before? Because I'm not familiar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not familiar at all. So I don't know, but let us know. Not quite sure. All right, let's go ahead and take our chapter.
Yes.
Moving on to the next one. All right, go here. Go here. Go here. All right. So this was interesting. Xbox has officially, won Digital Foundry's, game of the year, as far as graphics and things of that nature are concerned. We have it right here. The homie J-Rock went ahead and put this post out. Says Digital Foundry Graphics of the Year winner.
We can't see it. We can't see it.
Snap. My bad. Thank you for telling me. Bam.
No problem.
There we go. So it says J-Rock wrote, Digital Foundry Graphics of the Year winner is Indiana Jones. At a very close second is Hellblade 2, with Star Wars Outlaw at 3. Xbox first party titles take the top 2 spots this year. I mean, it's true. Let's hear it from them, and then we could talk about it.
I feel like we're actually all in agreement this time then.
Oh shit, can you hear anything?
Only just, but it's there.
Yeah.
So
like first among
can
equals,
you guys hear
almost.
anything?
Like they're both
Let us know
in a lot of
Let
ways.
us know if you can
and they
hear.
actually do things better than one another.
Because for whatever
Right.
reason I can't.
So-
Exactly.
That's good.
they can
It's
hear
really
it,
cool.
my
So
love.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
They can
takes
hear
the
it?
number 1 spot.
So you have to
number 2, of course, being Hellblade
pause it
2.
first real quick
Number
and
3,
then higher
Star
your
Wars
volume.
Outlaws.
They can hear
No, it's not
With that
volume.
lovely
Because we were
snowdrop.
hearing.
Brothers Grimm,
Mhm.
thank
I
you
feel
so
like we're
much.
actually all in
Fine.
agreement this time then.
It's not volume.
Only just, but
There's
it's
something
there.
weird with
Yeah.
the.
So
So-
first among equals,
Because
almost.
I
like
can
they're
hear
both
it here.
pretty equal in a lot of ways.
Okay.
and they
They hear
actually
it
do things better
perfectly,
than one
too.
another.
All
Right.
right. Well, we'll let them hear
exactly.
it. I know what it says.
So it's really cool. So Indiana Jones and the Great Circle takes the #1 spot. Number 2, of course, being Hellblade 2. Number 3, Star Wars Outlaws, with that lovely Snowdrop engine.
Mhm.
I feel like we're actually all in agreement this time then. Only just, but it's there.
Yeah. It's
So
like first among equals almost. Like they're both pretty equal in a lot of ways, and they actually do things better than one another. Right. So
exactly.
that's good.
So it's really cool. So Indiana Jones and the Great Circle takes the #1 spot. Number 2, of course, being Hellblade 2. Number 3, Star Wars Outlaws, with that lovely Snowdrop engine.
Mhm.
I feel like we're actually all in agreement this time then. Only just, but it's there.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
did it
first
restart?
among equals
It
almost. Like
did.
they're both
Shit, I didn't even
pretty
notice.
equal
It
in a
just
lot
kept
of ways,
going.
and they
All right,
actually do things.
So, so yes, they again. It's just so you could hear from them directly. It did win, right? So Indiana Jones was #1, Hellblade 2 was #2. Now, obviously, Hellblade 2 is definitely the better looking game. Like,
Absolutely.
there's no comparison in that respect. But Indiana Jones is a fantastic looking game, and the one thing that I would say the difference is scale, right? So obviously Hellblade 2, beautiful, amazingly beautiful, like stunning beyond belief. But the scale smaller, right? Very lot more narrow as far as like the scope of what you're doing at any given moment. So, they pump a lot of graphics into it and it looks phenomenal. Great experience. But Indy does it at a big scale, right? It does it at a huge scale. So it is impressive on a different level, I would say, right? Like it's a still very graphically beautiful, but to have it at a big scale is the difference. Also, I think they're probably not only looking at this from the Xbox perspective of the game, right? It's
Yes.
Digital Foundry. So Digital Foundry is going to be looking at it from every from the best looking version of the game, right? And the one thing that Indiana Jones has on PC is that it is 100% path traced. I mean, obviously with the right hardware. So you're talking, full path tracing through the entire game. So when you look at it from the PC perspective, again, Hellblade still looks better overall, but I think Indy does a lot with technology to really push how good that game can look. So I think that probably has more to do with it than how it actually looks on Xbox. Music 72 says, what is path trace? Still lighting? So yeah, it's lighting, but so path tracing means if it's fully path traced, that means every single light source in the game, the shadows, everything, it's all through ray tracing, but every ounce of it, right? So it's not like different versions of it. It's like path trace is just the entire, so every ounce of light is either from the sun or from a light source. And it's just perfectly made, right? Like the lighting, the shadowing, all that stuff is just perfect. And it does. I mean, I experienced it that way on our PC, and it is stunning. It is stunning. It's
It is
very, very beautiful experience. It's just a bigger scale, right? I see, Michael, you also brought up a good point about Indy on Xbox specifically. He says they're both impressive in their own way. Indy's impressive because they have the bigger worlds and levels, but it's also maintaining 60 FPS. So that's another big benefit on the console, right? So Indy did a great, like amazing looking game, but at the 60 FPS versus Hellblade 2, which was again peak, right? It is the best looking game ever created. But you know, obviously it's at 30 FPS on the console, right? So there, again, there's just a difference in what was achieved overall. But the beauty is that we're able to have this discussion.
We don't have to pick and choose.
Yeah, it's about games that we can experience on our Xboxes, on our PC through Game Pass.
That's the beautiful thing. They're both, Xbox first party games, and we don't have to pick. They're both in Game Pass, right? So it's like, man.
Yep, just ended. Be easy, brother. Appreciate you.
But I agree. Hellblade is just a whole other level. Obviously it's there's a lot more in Indiana Jones, right? But graphically,
yeah. I mean, Hellblade. It's the entire package.
Yes,
the graphics, the intense, sound and music, and just the entire experience is just next level, right? Like they accomplished something that no one else has this generation yet, which is just that the next gen graphics are crazy. And then the next gen experience they gave is just next level. I think Indiana Jones looks amazing. If you want to like see peak Indiana Jones, that if you want to kind of give it like a more narrow focus, there's a mission where they're in Japan or China or something like that, but like you can see the architecture is definitely either Japanese or Chinese. It's Asian, like an Asian level, and it's a pretty quick level. It's more serves like a intermediate between two different places. Yeah, Shanghai. Yep, Michael, you said it. Yep, it was in China. And man, like if you want to like graphically, if you want to see Indiana Jones flex that level, crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's so good. But again, I'm just, the fact that Xbox is number 1 and 2 spots for Digital Foundry. Number 1 is wild because we know how much Digital Foundry, likes to glaze, PlayStation. So the fact that they gave it the number 1 and 2 spot is wild. That just shows that it was so good it couldn't be denied.
Exactly.
Because games that their whole idea were the graphics, right? With no real content besides that was, obviously it's a game, but Black Myth Wukong was a big graphical showpiece, right? That's what they try to frame it as, and they still didn't consider it better than Hellblade or Indiana Jones, which is deserving for sure. Like Indiana Jones, Hellblade deserves to be given that recognition, but this is just more proof that Xbox were the ones who led the way, right? They were the ones who sat there and brought next gen to us, right?
They absolutely did. And they deserve that recognition. And it's like, it's a big deal, right? It's a big deal because we were talking in everything with, these gallopers is the cinematics and these graphics. And well, guess what? Been there, done that now. So where's your multiplayer? Where's your multiplayer at? What's up? What you got? We got Concord, Doodle.
Yo, poor Concord. What a waste of life. But yeah. I mean, look, they nailed it. They came out here. They did. They put in the work and they delivered something amazing graphically and gameplay wise too. I mean, they just nailed it with games this year. In the big way. And the beauty for us is that this is not letting up, right? If anything, they're pushing forward and looking to do more. And I think next year we're going to be in a very similar situation here.
And listen, I can't stress enough the fact that we're talking about, okay, graphically impressive games, top 2 Xbox games, same year, right? And I think that the conversation, even if it were down to just one game a year and it was this quality of game, the conversation would be different, right? So we're not the same. I can't stress this enough. And it feels so good, like, because 2025 is just packed with amazing games. So this was a great year for Xbox, and then we'll see what happens in 2025. We know what's coming. We know what's happening. So I mean,
that's the thing.
They wanted competition.
I don't think they want that competition anymore.
Not that kind.
I think that changed. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I think they're done with wanting to have the Xbox smoke.
Tarnish the witch.
Yeah.
What's up, baby?
I feel like they're like, they're what was that? The Kevin Hart stand up where he was like give me a hug. Like, you can't hit somebody.
Yeah.
Who's
doing
that, right?
Let's hug it out. Let's hug it out.
Yeah, I feel like that's where PlayStation is right now, where they're just
Excuse me, no hugging here.
It's true.
They started something that they, should not have wanted to. They never really wanted to see this taking place. I think they were just out there talking nonsense and asking Xbox to compete, and they didn't realize that they would say, you know what, let's get it. So, and then the mockery throughout the buy-in of the studios and what are they buying it for? Well, you found out. This is what happened. So
agreed.
I love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, you look at next year, right? The easiest one, like the first one that comes to mind when I think of next year, as far as like, I wouldn't even say the first one, but like up there is you have Doom, right? Doom, the Dark Ages, graphically is going to be wild, right? It's going to be crazy, right? We were already seen the trailer. It looks insane, right? Then you have Fable. Fable is just like, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like, how the hell? It looks so good. We know it's real time. Like, I don't know if Xbox is like trying to do like 1 or 2 like major graphical showpieces every year, or I don't know, like if that's the goal, but it seems like they're working towards that, because just between Doom and Fable alone, it's going to be insane.
Yeah.
As far as like the graphics are concerned, like it's just going to be stunningly beautiful. You take art style into consideration. You have South of Midnight, which looks phenomenal, right? So beautiful. You have Avowed and freaking Outer Worlds 2 that are going to, be delivering beautiful games. I mean, come on, man.
Listen, we're seeing Mr. Money with his profile pic already. Happy New Year 2025. And, it's like, it's right around the corner. And Avowed is right around the corner. It's crazy. And again, you think of, and I see everyone in here, our Discord, and it's just like my backlog and all these games, right? And remember, like Avowed was supposed to come out this year. This year was already stacked. Towards the end of the year, it's been insane, right? So imagine if Avowed had also released. So next year is going to be crazy, because it's not just a lot of games, but they're also going to be more balancedly sprinkled throughout the year. So I don't think that it's going to feel like there's a lack. I feel like it'll still especially including those third-party games. It's still going to feel jam-packed, but it's going to be a more gradual situation where it's a little more balanced than what we did get this year.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this year. And then honestly, we don't even know if there's like more. Like I know Mr. Kima brings up, you know, don't forget Gears E-Day will set another bar for Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, I mean I think we're assuming that that's 2026, right? But that's going to be, you know, crazy. The new Halo, we've already seen snippets of it that they showed us, but again, looks like it's setting the bar. I mean, there's just so much. What's it? State of Decay 3, another game that's going to be setting the bar. Like Xbox is already, they're just cranking, bro. Like they're just cranking.
They are.
It's just we have like non-stop goodness coming our way.
I mean, you know, we were still kind of like caught off guard. The Game Awards, we saw Outer Worlds 2, right? And it's like, wait, hold on. Like we've been talking about 2025 and it's like we have all these games coming and they still managed to kind of wow us and surprise us with one more. And it's like, you just don't know. You just don't know what else we will be getting, as much as it seems like this is it and this is a law. You just don't know.
Yeah.
I love that they're still able to surprise us.
And you know, there's still more that can come. Like that's the thing. Like we just don't know. It all depends on how they want to stack the deck.
Yes.
Right. Like if they want to give, they have to give. Like they have it. They can continue to do more. Like Clockwork Revolution is sitting there. Is definitely something that can happen. Right. It can happen if they wanted to. And shit, like it's just so much that can literally come out. Contraband is one that I know Jez had just mentioned that he heard that it was in rough shape and it was almost at a point of cancellation, and that they seem to have turned it around, and you know now they're meeting their milestones. So that one's probably a little further out than we thought, or maybe that all happened already and now it's getting ready to come out. Who knows, right? There's so many, you know, surprises that can come, right? Like that's an issue.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because we have just so much, dude. We have so much. Like people were saying maybe Gears E-Day has to not be, like it can't. You have to leave it for later. Like you have to. It's at a certain point, it's just too much, like too many games that are coming out. You know what I'm saying? There needs to be some type of break coming. But again, you know, Microsoft they have them to give, and it really just depends on, you know, how far they want to take this year. 2025 is going to be epic.
Yeah.
I don't know, like even like Jess had mentioned that somebody was questioning something about the year, and you know he brought up that Xbox, this is going to be, you know, one of the best years in gaming ever, you know, for Xbox and probably just in gaming. You know, somebody brought up Grand Theft Auto 6. You know, obviously that's not an Xbox owned IP, but it's gonna drop this year.
It's a big game that it's supposed to drop next year. It's a little known game. Little
bit. You know what I'm saying?
You guys may have heard of. But yeah. I mean, listen, I hear both sides. I hear, yeah, it's definitely happening. I hear, you know, maybe delay. We'll see how it goes. But regardless of how that plays out, whether Grand Theft Auto 6 is delayed or not, we are going to have, it's not like, oh, next year Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out and that's like the game that we're waiting for, right? We're waiting for so many games that it's like it couldn't happen at a better time, right? For a game or any game to be delayed, to be honest. Before it was like that was the game we were getting, right? So why delay was crucial, like it was a big deal. But now it's like we're all right.
Facts. We also, I don't know if you guys saw, but Rare put out like a holiday tweet.
Okay.
Right? And in the tweet, I should probably grab it. In the tweet, they have Everwild in the picture.
Okay.
Right? So obviously, you know, they would normally do like a Sea of Thieves you know, picture there, right? Because that's what's out. But I have it right here actually. This was on Christmas. They shared this post saying, can you guys see it?
Yes.
All right. It
Thank
says
you.
happy holidays, whoever seeing this. Hope you're closing the year out in style, and as it's the day of fine gifts and finer food, here's our offering. A delicious PNG for you to enjoy. Right. We're off to eat at Patago Titans. Patago Itins. I don't know.
Patago Titans.
So we're off to eat at Patagons or Patago Titans hypothesized weight in sweets till 2025.
Nice.
So
Happy holidays from Rare.
So till 2025, it's not like happy 2025 or happy new year or any of that stuff. Till 2025,
Yes.
which means we're going to see this game in 2025, right? But this game has been in the making for years and years and years. So when you hear 2025, like till 2025 from Rare showing you Everwild, is that just going to be a reintroduction to Everwild, and then we're going to wait another year or two for it to drop? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think you come out here bringing up Everwild again out of nowhere when it's been kind of silent in the background if you're not ready to start making moves. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree.
Can this be another game that we're getting in 2025?
That's very possible. I feel like this is, this is a read between the lines type of situation. They didn't need to come out here and put this out. They didn't need to do it like this. And till 2025 means see you then, right? And if you are not, it's kind of like a tease. If you're not showing up with the game, then just skip it to happy 2025, right? I don't know. I feel like they're trying to tell us that that's the year.
I think so. I think that's their way of saying, hey, next year we're coming out.
Yes.
You're going to see us. So if you add this to the list, it's like, come on, man. This is crazy. Obviously, this is an animated image of it, right? It's a cartoon, picture here of what they are doing, probably some concept art or something like that. Obviously, they made it for this card, but we know that it was always a like cell shaded game, right? The last time we saw it, it looked stunning, looked beautiful, but it was like this cell shaded, look to it, right? Artistically, it was a beautiful game, but we didn't really know what direction the game was going to go. Like the guy who was running it was kind of like a kumbaya.
Yes.
Let's all chant in a circle and, no enemies or there's no combat in the game. Like, I think that all had to change. Right. I don't think that there's no combat. I think there's combat in the game. I think when I first saw this, the crazy thing is for me, when I first saw this game, I thought it was going to be like almost like Xbox's Breath of the Wild, You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like a Zelda
Yes.
type experience. But obviously, we don't know. But if it kind of hit that,
it had that vibe. Yes, it did. And I remember us trying, okay, well, I want to know what the game is like, rather than just it felt like a lot of just visual without almost content, right? Like I need to understand the game to see what you're trying to deliver. It did seem very kumbaya vibes, like very, hippie kind of, very chill. But it's like, okay, what makes it a game was the question,
Yeah, agreed. Like, obviously they're I feel like Rare is like, I don't think this is like some type of actually maybe it is. I was going to say, I don't think it's like a single player type of experience. It looked like it was going to be multiplayer from the get-go. Sea of Thieves is their other game, and obviously that's this huge game that they've been working on forever, and it's multiplayer and all this fun stuff. I don't know if they're looking to take that format and bring that to Everwild, where it's an online game and you're like in this world inhabited by people, and I don't know. That's the question, right? We all want to see what the game is.
Yes.
We want to know what
the game is. I still don't know what kind of game it is.
No.
And I think, we're all wondering the same thing. Like, what is going on, right? Again, what makes it a game? Show us. We're waiting for that moment, for sure.
Agreed. I do see we have the homie Jacob Novik in the building with that $10 super chat, man. I appreciate you, homie. Says, something tells me that Xbox Bethesda ABK ain't done after The Great Circle and Blade. I think sequels and new Marvel and Disney licenses will be used. I personally would love Moon Knight and Ghost Rider. Moon Knight is fire.
Yes.
I would love to have a Moon Knight game. Ghost Rider, I think, could be really cool. Depends on how they do it. But I'm not.
Yeah, depending on who makes the game. Yeah,
how
they go about it. But yeah,
I'm not opposed to that idea. I think actually for me, I kind of agree. I think that this was a starting point, right? Like Xbox, we know Xbox doesn't like to do licensed games. Like that's just been their kind of thing. They don't like not owning it.
I get it.
But I do think that they realized after the success of Spider-Man and things like that, and the fact that this was almost essentially, forced upon them because they bought Bethesda and then this was in play already. Right. So I think now that they got this kind of taste and kind of see, the difference between having content that is like culturally relevant, like that people
a known IP, something that people have nostalgia about, connection to. Yes, it does. It changes things. Again, respectfully done. You have something magical, right? Something that a lot of people are going to pull people in that may not necessarily know or care about your platform, and for that reason they will come in just because that IP means something to them, if obviously done correctly. I do love the way that they went about it, though. I think that, Indiana Jones, right, we just spoke about, and to go ahead and explore this avenue after you've made so much of your own. It's like make your name and then branch out. I feel like that is so necessary. I think that going ahead and if you brought up Spider-Man, you go ahead and you look at what happened over there, and it's like license things, third-party things, and again, you don't have a foundation. These are things that you incorporate to who you are and what you are as a platform, not something that to build a platform on. So I would not, yes, Indiana Jones, again, we see that they're going to keep going with it. I wouldn't be upset if they bring in other IPs that are like known that they can go ahead and make something with, like, Jacob brought up Ghost Rider, Moon Knight. Like, why not? But I think that what's fundamentally essential for your platform already exists for us. So to venture on other things like that would be beneficial.
I agree.
If you do it right.
Yeah, I mean, again, between this and Blade,
Yes, let's not forget about Blade.
Yes, so Blade coming, it's huge, that, and that's Marvel, right? So we got Lucas, we got Marvel, and that's really what was one of the big things that people had against Xbox back in the day, that they weren't doing, those type of experiences, right? So like Xbox gamers didn't have these zeitgeist moments where these games that people around the world would know weren't on Xbox, right? Because it was Spider-Man that was on the other box. And it's like now that's changed, right? Now they're doing it, and it's always going to be about proving, right?
Yes.
So like Indiana Jones have been proven out, right? So we already know that there's more than likely going to be another Indiana Jones. The studio wants to make it. Lucas wants to make it. Disney wants to make it. I'm sure they'll make it. This other one is Marvel, right? So technically, they haven't made a Marvel game. Xbox hasn't done a Marvel game. So we're gonna see what happens with Blade, and if they're gonna nail it and come through with that game. The art style of the game, if it is in fact what they showed, I mean, I'm going to be honest, for me, I'm not like super happy about that. I much rather it have been a hyper realistic, looking game. Like, give me, Blade, like a Blade movie.
More
you know what I'm
grit.
saying?
Yeah, more,
Obviously,
a little more.
I want a realistic looking,
Yeah.
For a Blade game. I'm not
less,
saying that
less comic.
more. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, like it sucks or some shit like that, but for me personally, I'd much rather it have been that way. So we'll see what they deliver with that. We'll see how fun it is. We'll see what they accomplish with it. But it's all proving out. They have to see how they do with it. Obviously, Arcane is a phenomenal team. They make phenomenal games. So this will be a challenge for them, because I think they did confirm that this is a third person game, and Arcane has pretty much been making first person, as far as I know, the entire time. So we'll see. It's a new challenge. We'll see how they do in this game, but I'm looking forward to it. I think that it's going to be a pretty telling, what's going to come after that, depending on how this does. But that seems like it's going to be a next gen, a next gen game.
I would think so. For sure.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to see it
No,
in 2025.
I don't think so.
So
I don't think so. Not likely.
Zena, what's good, love?
Hey, what's good?
Thank you for being here. G-Man wants answers. He wants to know, where's his Mandalorian game?
Honestly, yeah, that should have been made. We had rumors a long time ago that it was being made by Xbox, and
I'm seeing in the chat, they're saying it was canceled.
That's possible. Talk about Fox IP. Let's get down to what everybody really wants. Give me a new Simpsons hit and run. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Give me that open world Simpsons game back, baby. Next gen, let's do it. Give GTA 6 run for his money, right? Jacob Novak in the building with that $5 super chat, man. I appreciate you, homie. Says, if Xbox successfully gets the Deadpool game from Activision relisted, it's a given that Xbox will be given the Deadpool game licenses too. Man, Deadpool would be a pretty hot game to get.
Oof, it would be freaking insane. I agree 100%. That would be amazing. And that's why, this is why things have to kind of just be, not everything can kind of be the same. And I do understand with Blade, but like that art style, I feel like going ahead and getting like a real freaking very realistic Deadpool game, that would be wild. Okay, it would be insane. Listen, get us Deadpool.
Facts. Yeah, no, 100%.
I need his lines, the freaking combat, like it just.
But he would almost have to come in and be a part. Ryan Reynolds will have to be a part of it.
Absolutely, that would be mind blowing. We need him talking in there and delivering those lines. And I mean, he has the thing with Deadpool is that I feel like you cannot think of Deadpool and not think of Ryan Reynolds, right? I feel like he really embodied that character and brought it to life. I feel like they're connected because I can't, even his humor now, I always link it to Deadpool. So I feel like you couldn't do that without bringing him in and having him be a part of it. I think that would be amazing.
I agree 100%. I really do think that they can, man, if they can get that,
ooh,
man, that would be insane. And our boy Jacob's back with another $10 super chat.
Thank
man,
you
appreciate
so
you, homie.
much.
Says, do you know what I'm glad for? That when Sony bought Spider-Man brought Spider-Man from near bankruptcy Marvel in late 90s, they said no to buying the whole of Marvel's roster when offered to them. Ooh. What a different world.
Yeah,
it would have been
absolutely
if Sony owned Marvel.
Jacob, let me ask you a question. Do you think Sony regrets that? I feel like they do. Talk about regret. I feel like that's something that even if you don't hang on to things and you're like, well, it is what it is, I feel like you got to look back at that and be like, oh, fucked up.
Agreed. The problem though is that they only fucked up in this timeline because of what Marvel ultimately became. Remember, the reason why Marvel did that was because Marvel was in the shitter.
Yes.
Like the movies weren't hitting, things weren't going, great for them. So the real thing is, like, Sony wouldn't have been able to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like Sony, it was Kevin Feige, right? It was him who went ahead and essentially brought it back. It was the Avengers, right? It was the series of movies that led to the Avengers, and it was the Avengers that did that. And, I don't know if Sony would have spent the money or done what was necessary to make it happen.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I don't think so.
Talk about not wanting things on the wrong hands.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want broke ass places. No. Sony owning anything, you know what I'm saying? Let's minimize what they own for sure. All right. Let me get my my chapter here, and let's go over here. Let me grab this. All right. So,
listen, Isai wants to make sure this is clear. All right.
Facts.
Isai, let's go. He says Sony didn't buy Spider-Man. They are still basically renting the Spider-Man movie IP.
That's
Bars.
true. That's very
Bars.
true. That's very true.
Let's
it is
go.
a rental, and it's only for movies.
Yes.
As much as they have the game, they have a separate deal on the game, and the game is only for single player Spider-Man experiences, because Spider-Man is not locked out of any other game. He can be in any game as long as it's an ensemble, as long as there's more than just Spider-Man in the game as a playable character or whatever.
It can't be solo.
It just can't be a Spider-Man game.
Yes.
He could be in other games. Like if they made an Avengers game, he could be in it, but it can't be Spider-Man by itself. So
says, I can't imagine what they would have done with the whole slate.
They would have ruined it. Marvel would have been
they
gone.
would have. They
would have been
seriously.
gone for sure. All right. So getting into this topic here, we do have Herman Hulst went ahead and did a new interview with Famitsu, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's Famitsu. Yeah, Famitsu.com. So this is obviously translated because Famitsu is not natively in English. So we do have the translation though. So it is Herman Hulse, and they do have an interview with him, and they did bring out quite a few little pieces of information, or a few tidbits here that started making the rounds that people started picking up on. Before we do that, I did see our boy Jacob came back with another $10 super chat. Says, don't know.
Thank
Sony
you,
said
Jacob.
no one gives a shit about any other Spider-Man or anything other than Spider-Man. And that was probably true back then.
Yes.
But what I do know that the original PlayStation 3 had the PlayStation 3 text in the theme of the Spider-Man front. Yes, and they did use Spider-Man to demo the PlayStation 3 as well. So yes, you're correct there.
This question comes with so much shade. I have to read it. Riot Gaming says, Herman Hustle still at PlayStation? Like the shade that question comes with is wild. It's wild, but it's true. How is he still there, guys?
I don't know.
How is he still there?
It's a fair question.
It is. Kaseya in the building says, happy holidays.
Good, homie.
Don't drink and drive. Stay alive. That's right.
Facts.
Tell them. Go ahead, baby.
So there's the interview with Herman Hulse. Again, a few things do come out of it. And there's two interviews. Okay. So we'll click on that one after. I didn't know this was here. So they interviewed both people separately.
And you get an interview.
Yeah, I know. They're just handing out these things. They're like, sure, we'll talk.
They're on tour, so
that's what they are.
Yeah.
They're on tour. So for Herman, they ask him, a bunch of like bullshit questions about what are your honest thoughts on its anniversary. No one cares. Before we get to the 30th anniversary, please tell us about the business areas that you're in charge of. No one cares. You're probably going to get out soon. Your background before you came in here, no one cares. If you had a title that was particularly important for PlayStation growth, Uncharted, the Golden Sword, and Vanished Fleet. I don't know what the fuck that is. Maybe that's the name in Japan. I'm assuming the first Uncharted. I'm not sure if that's correct, but sure. Maybe that's Golden Abyss. Wasn't that the PSP game? I don't know. One of them was there. So he was working on Killzone 3 with Mark Cerny, and they saw Uncharted, and they basically like wet their pants over it. So the pisser. That's where Mark Cerny came up with the name. He wrote it down. He bookmarked it.
We saw Uncharted. What happened then? Let's just.
What did you do, Herman? Well, I pissed my pants. You pissed your pants. Oh my God, the pisser. That's what we need to call this tech. Oh God, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Right. So how did the game affect production? Basically, Uncharted is the reason why they focus on story-driven games. Pretty much is what they said there.
Copying again.
More any other technologies or products that you have an attachment to, the controller. They love to blow into the controller.
So
that was
that one coming.
Yeah. I don't know how, I feel like at a certain point you got to read the room and know that the world, everybody knows the Xbox controller is better. Don't tell us that one of the most important things is the controller. Come on.
I mean, he's trying to fluff it up, right? Fluff it up.
Facts. And then are there games you're really passionate about? He brings up God of War 2018.
Oh my gosh.
Memories was when they showed Killzone, Shadowfall. Nobody gives a shit. Okay. So how do you evaluate PlayStation Studios' recent performance and current structure? So now we're getting into slightly, better questions. So he says PlayStation Studios is a gathering place for talented creators, and we're thrilled that Team Asobi's creation of Asobi in Japan has received worldwide acclaim. This is a very important title in our portfolio. I'm assuming that was Astro Bot. PlayStation Studio aims to expand the PlayStation community through games such as Astro Bot and Lego Horizon. Boom, period. Ghost of Yote. We're also planning to release some great titles. We hope that more players will continue to join our creations. I guess Ghost of Yote is part of that.
Supposed to take seriously a dude that says that they're planning to expand their community with games like Astro Bot and Lego Ho. Go ahead. I'm just saying, like, what are you talking about?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
The fact that this dude is out here giving an interview after freaking giving the go ahead for Concord is ridiculous.
Agreed. Kind
he
of
should
like
be out there like Squidward when he's in that box asking for spare change.
I mean, maybe this is for show, and that's literally where he is. You know what I'm saying? But let's before we go on to the next little question they have there or dig deeper. Our boy Jacob's back with the $20 super chat, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you so much.
Says, for those asking, this is my last super chat. Introduce Gwenpool in a Deadpool game. Gwenpool is a version of Gwen from Spider-Man, wears a pink-white Deadpool suit. She's living in the real non-comic world, but have Deadpool-like abilities. Yeah, I mean, that would be dope. I mean, don't make the game about her. Give us a Deadpool game, but if she's in the game,
we don't want a MJ situation.
No, I don't want
she has her own, abilities.
What's the movie that Mammon likes? The Spider-Man
Cross the Spider-Verse.
Yeah,
yes.
Let's not have that situation the second movie situation where you think you're going in for a Spider-Man Miles Morales movie, but instead you show up for a goddamn Gwen Stacy movie. Like, I'm good, fam. So give me a Deadpool game, but yeah, sure, put her in. That'd be dope. Let's make it work. I'm down. Jacob, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, so there is also a I don't know if he mentions it in here because they talk about other things, but he did mention in a different, I guess, interview that Astro Bot is now at 1.5. Was it always at 1.5?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, bro, where are you going with this? I
thought it grew. Last I
heard it was at 1.5.
Yeah, my bad.
1.5. These gallopers and their mouth.
My bad.
Like, Herman, we've known about this. It's been a minute since it's been at 1 point. Right now, you're just talking at your ass. Like, you're just letting us know that you're on the same. Nothing new has happened. As that game of the Game of the Year award has not moved up these sales. Is that what I'm hearing?
He said 1.5 again. The last.
Is that what's happening?
I'll find the tweet. Let me see if I can.
Now, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I think it's here. I don't know where he got this. He didn't put this dude didn't put the link. But let's just take this side deviation. We'll get back to the article. And I don't really trust this dude, but it did pop up. So I'm assuming he got it from somewhere. So the Zubitech dude said Sony Interactive Entertainment PlayStation Studio Business Group CEO Herman Hulse on Astro Bot success. Astro Bot is
so free with that word. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. It's just like the word success means different wherever they want it to be.
Okay.
All right. So it says Astro Bot is a culmination of PlayStation Studios' long-standing innovation in single-player games. That's a lie. So that's just that first statement right there is just come on. Since its release, the number of players in the PlayStation community has continued to grow, with 37% of Astro Bot purchasers having either purchased a first-party PlayStation game title more than 2 years ago or purchasing one for the first time. Damn, that's wild.
I couldn't couldn't hear you because I saw Zena's comment and it cracked me up.
Oh shit.
Zena's got the sales broken down for us here. So
Click
she
it.
says that Astro Bot, it grew from 1.5 mil to 1.51. All right. So for
Jesus.
those of you wondering, that's where we're at with these numbers.
That's what we're
Now go
appreciate
ahead.
that. Appreciate that. So yeah, so 37%. So we know. So he doubles down over here. But let's read the whole thing and then we can kind of just go back. Says Astro Bot is a great game that pursue. I love how you selling it, right? Is a great game that pursues fun and enjoyment and has been highly praised by the gaming community and has also achieved a Metacritic score of 94. And we are very pleased that a wide range of players are truly enjoying it. This title, which is packed with 30 years of PlayStation history for the PlayStation brand, has sold more than 1.5 million copies in the 9 weeks since its release. In addition, compared to other titles, the purchase rate is higher among younger age groups and families, greatly contributing to the expansion of the community. Are they
Cracked out? Cracked out is the word you're looking for. Yes.
How is it greatly contributing? Greatly. When he said that 37% were already on PlayStation and had purchased a first party game in the past, it was 2 years ago that they last bought a first party game. And then the other group never bought a game from PlayStation before. So how is that growing anything? These people clearly don't give a shit about anything else you release.
This is, again, I feel, let's go back. 65.5 PlayStation 5s million PlayStation 5s out there. Astro Bot sold 1.5 mil. Okay. Where are the other 64 million people that have a PlayStation 5? Explain to me how in the bubble fuck this is growing their community. How?
It's not.
Exactly.
That's why. It's just not. That's the crazy thing. So he continues, PlayStation Studios is a place where talented creators gather. Okay. Okay. And we are very happy that Astro Bot, created by Japan's Team Asobi, is receiving praise around the world. This is a very important title in our portfolio. Sure.
Any title that doesn't end up like Concord seems to be a very important title in your portfolio, right? This is what happens. If the game is not dead, it seems to be a win for Sony and PlayStation. This is where the bar is right now. Listen, I don't think with Lego Ho, they didn't do it either. I don't think they reached anybody. I don't think anyone got off their seats and said, let me go buy a PlayStation 5 so that I can play these amazing games. This is full proof that these awards don't mean a freaking damn thing when it comes to sales. If winning Game of the Year has still not moved the sales of Astro Bot, then what will? Listen.
Facts.
Understood. Fun games. Fun game. Got it. Great. No one's taking that away. Sure. Platform game. You cannot sit it next to Hellblade or Indiana Jones and think that this is Game of the freaking Year. You can't sit it next to freaking Metaphor and say that this was the Game of the Year. Come on, man. It's nonsense. And the fact that even winning that award has not brought new eyes to it or curiosity from these pigeons out there, these freaking gallopers. I like pigeons. I like calling them pigeons. Dumbass pigeons just flying new heights, making up new shit, delusional nonsense, because they can't live in their reality. That's the truth. So if it didn't move the needle, if it didn't give them the curiosity of saying, hey, let me just go ahead and see what they're talking about, then what will?
Facts.
You can't say that this is such an important game for PlayStation when you developers have not shown up to support the game. Come on. Stop talking from both sides of your mouth.
Agreed 100%.
I know you have to, because in the middle you've got a nice thick pickle. So it's just sorry. Go ahead. These scallopers.
Oh, my girl. Let's continue with this. It says we are also continuing to grow in the live service space, and Helldivers 2 has been a huge success. In forming a strong portfolio, the studio business group places great emphasis on the rigorous selection of games that provide a great experience for players. Let me just make sure I understand. The studio business group places great emphasis on the rigorous selection of games that provide a great experience for players. So this group that you have that goes ahead and does this rigorous selection of games, I just want to know. So they went ahead and they had Concord in front of them, and through their rigorous testing,
yes,
they found that this game should be released and put out there. And then was it afterwards that they did the rigorous testing again and found out that they should cancel, just delete the game?
Just delete it. You know, let the studio go, you know, everything else that came with it.
For sure. Now, but this is their real favorite part. Okay, you ready?
Get it.
The company is also focusing on expanding its IP in new areas.
Now we're just making shit up.
Such as PlayStation Productions' upcoming film version of Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh,
this is what's funny.
What?
This is what's funny. They're going to make a movie about Ghost of Tsushima, but they're going to release a game called Ghost of Yote.
Yes.
So that the people who see Ghost of Tsushima, who might look at that and say, man, I would love to go play a brand new Ghost of Tsushima game, or like, but there is none except for the old one.
Just that one.
There's other game that sounds like it could be called Ghost of Yote, but that shit don't line up. If only they had a Ghost of Tsushima 2 that was being made. What a dumb group of fucking people. Now I love this one. Ready?
Yes.
Famitsu asked them, how many titles are currently in development for PlayStation Studios as a whole?
What a shady question.
Herman says, I can't reveal that exact number. But
there are none.
I can't reveal the exact number. But Ghost of Yote, Death Stranding 2 on the beach. There are many great works in development.
Many.
Our portfolio has a wide range of games. So there's sure to be something for everyone. Yo, Famitsu is not fucking around. Okay.
Yo, talk about sales. So many.
Great.
I can't tell you. I'll say two names.
So
many, you guys.
It's a secret.
It's a secret. Yep.
I mean, if
Normally,
we count how many studios we have, right? If we count how many studios we have, theoretically, you should be able to say, well, I have at least this many games coming out because we have this many studios. But apparently, that's not That's not how it works.
That's not how it works. You're telling me that you have an opportunity to talk about games with a brand new console out, the PlayStation 5 Pro, and you're going to keep that a hush-hush secret? This sounds just like the secret showcase. And listen, Ryu are over here, Hiroki to Brokey. All right. So that's what's happening over there. Go ahead, C.
Yeah, it's wild. Plus, Death Stranding 2 is not a PlayStation game.
It's not.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
So just Ghost of Yote. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate you. So Famitsu's back with another one. On the other hand, Concord will be discontinued in about 2 weeks. So this is an old interview. This took place on November some shit. They just now are putting it out. So we'll be continued about 2 weeks, and it was announced that 2 studios, Neon Koi and Firewalk Studios, will be closed. Now that the coronavirus pandemic has subsided, the game business is undergoing rapid changes. But how do you analyze the causes? And with the studio closure, will there be any changes to your strategy for live service and mobile games? Remember, this is translated, so this is not like the exact accurate English accuracy that it should be. Herman says, The game business is constantly changing, driven by a variety of factors, including technological advancements. They wouldn't know though, right? Because they don't have any such technological advancements in their games, but sure. New genres, again, they wouldn't know because they make the same genres.
Same thing.
Every single time.
They're just, looking out. You know,
They
obviously.
see them. They don't do them. They see them.
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
They see them. I get it. And ways of playing. However, one thing that hasn't changed is people's desire for a great entertainment experience, and the focus on gaming continues to grow. But it also created competition. And like many companies in the industry, it had to make changes to its operations in order to solidify a more sustainable operating base.
So what I'm hearing here is Xbox came out to compete, and we're trying to figure our shit out because now we have to figure out how we're going to work with our money and the funds that we have left from all the mess ups we made. That's what I heard.
Exactly. I heard it too. That was perfect. I feel like that was the actual translation.
Yes.
That was written here. Yeah. Heroku too brokey to play this game for sure. Oh my God. All right. Hold on. I see my boy Brett Bingham in the building with that $5 super chat.
What's good?
Says, quote, I can't provide the exact number of games in development, quote. And apparently he can't even give an approximation. Clown indeed.
Facts. Clown indeed.
He's like, I have so many games, so many games. I can't even think. I can't even think.
I can't count. I get so many.
Too many, some would say. I don't even know why they're giving them one game a year. They should reduce that one every 2 years. You know what I'm saying? That's what they deserve.
I mean, that's how they like it.
They also say going forward, we will continue to focus on developing live service titles, as well as story-driven single-player titles that players are looking for.
Got it.
So I just want to know.
They're giving you everything,
When you look at the way they break up the sentence, though, this may just be the translation, but it's like, hey, we're going to continue on developing live service titles, right? Comma, I'm stopping there and going on to another idea, as well as story-driven single-player titles that players are looking for. So I look at that players are looking for as the story-driven single-player titles.
Yep.
So they know that that's what they're looking for.
The players want.
But we're going to keep trying with the live service that we know no one on PlayStation cares about, because the only people who care about live service games already have the live service games that they want. And those are Xbox games.
Exactly. Listen, nothing like, look, again, I'm going to say this again. Here we go. Xbox showed up and made it better. They did what PlayStation does, and they opted to a point where they will never be able to get to, right? It's like, when you're trying to reach, give high five as a kid to an adult, and you keep trying to reach. Well, PlayStation is that little kid trying to give the high five. It's not going to happen till you grow, and PlayStation's not growing. So Xbox got into their space and did it better. And here we go. They're still struggling, thinking that they're going to somehow come out here and compete and make that, multiplayer money. It's just, I just don't see it for you, Herman. It's not going to happen. When it comes to these first player, the single player experiences, I hear nothing but remakes, remasters. Actually, this is just what comes to mind.
Quote unquote new games that are still running off the PlayStation 4, engine.
Yep.
That they had. So yeah, we're very excited for your future, Herman, for sure.
Yeah.
It continues. We've learned a lot as we've established our ability to develop high-quality live service titles within SIE.
I don't think you learned a damn thing.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But
Helldivers 2 has been able to attract a large number of players through its continuous content offering and has delivered results that confirm the potential of a live service title. I wish he would have the balls to tell us how many of those players are on PlayStation.
PC? Yeah, for sure. For
you know
sure. I don't think that Hiroki gives a damn crap about potential anymore. I think Hiroki wants the money.
He does want
the money. The for shizzle for show money. right? Potential, they're done with potential.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Then he goes on to mobile gaming. So in mobile gaming, we want to deploy PlayStation's IP in a way that maximizes synergy with consoles. That's why we'll focus on collaborating with external development studios first. In November 2023, we announced a strategic partnership with NCSoft to collaborate in the mobile space. In October 2024, Destiny Rising, a mobile game based on the Destiny IP developed and published by NetEase Games, was announced. Wow, it just took a year to put that game together. Seems pretty quick. No?
It sounds promising, CMoney.
Yeah.
Sounds promising for sure.
For sure. Okay, so now next question. And this is where I actually put into our title.
Okay.
Where PlayStation Money Hatting 2025, right? It's going to continue. So here it says in 2024, Team Ninja's Rise of the Ronin and Shift Up's Stellar Blade were released one after another by external studios other than PlayStation Studios, and they were well received. Why is it that PlayStation Studios has a strong development capability, but is also actively working with external studios? I feel like the real translation of that is probably like, why is it that if PlayStation Studios has such a, strong ability to make games, why does it need to rely on these external studios? I feel like that's the real question, but let's just go with
pretend.
That's fine. We'll pretend. He says creativity and great games come from everywhere. Yeah, we know. That's why
not from you.
Games exactly.
Not
that's
from
why
you.
third-party games exist.
Let's calm
right?
down with the everywhere.
Exactly.
You guys have been lacking for quite a while, falling on your face over and over, and you can't seem to get it right. That's why I stand by what I said. You haven't learned a damn thing. And this is why you're going to have to go out there. And we saw it. We saw a little taste. I forget what studio it was that said, no, thank you, and shut those doors real
Crimson
fast.
Desert.
Yes, we're not trying to take that bag from you and freaking shut down our opportunities. The reality is that that's not the only door that they went and knocking, right? they're trying to figure out who is going to go ahead and take that bag and open up that door. And that's just the reality of it. This is not an isolated situation.
Agreed.
It's not.
So he says, in addition to developing content within PlayStation Studios, we are also actively collaborating with external development studios. The key is to have a wide range of games in your portfolio that can be enjoyed by players of all demographics. In order to provide PlayStation players with fresh joy and experiences, we're constantly reviewing our portfolio to expand the genres we are looking for and introduce new types of games. Constantly, got it. So they're constantly reviewing but never actually doing, right? Because there are no new genres that are coming out of PlayStation's
new genres. Listen, if they're going ahead and making these outside deals, sure, you'll have something, but nothing that you're actually making or that you figured out. You can't go ahead and deliver different genres for different players if you're making one game a year. Can we agree on that? I mean, that's how math works, right? You're delivering one game a year. You're not delivering more than that one. So how are you going to please all kinds of players? Not to mention that they seem to be focused on now the younger generation and, gas games. So, oh, man.
It's true. Our goal is to publish games from some of the best creators in the world, both internally and externally. And we've had a lot of success by working closely with external development studios. I don't know what game this is on the screen. I can only imagine that this was taken from the PlayStation 1 era. Are you guys looking at the same fucking... That's an ad for place. Yo, what just took place here? Oh, here it is. There it is.
Oh my gosh.
That's PlayStation 1. Yes?
Yes. We can all agree on that. No, the sad reality is that it's not CMoney. I think that's the...
Are you sure?
That's the sad reality. Guys, do you see this?
Guys, what generation of game is this from?
It says, no, it's a sequel for Rise of the Ronin.
No, I think he's saying no sequel for Rise of the Ronin.
That's what you mean. That's a sequel for it. I mean, it did. Rise of the Ronin did look that bad, so
There you go.
were a sequel for it. Go ahead.
Music 72 says Bushido Blade, PlayStation 1. That's
Dan said that it looks like Wolverine. Oh my god.
yo. That's wild.
Wow.
That's wild. Edward says it looks like a PS3 game at best.
Oh my god.
Coach said this is PS1 level. Yikes. Bro, this is a problem.
This is a problem.
This is a problem. Scarlet Scarab with the bar says, LOL, Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin as of now only sold 1 million copies each. I bet those developers wish they put those games on PC and Xbox.
Yes.
Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
And this is why we were talking about Stalker 2 earlier. And it's like we're still obviously why rush to go ahead and hit another, million in sales when you can focus on your next game or, going ahead and kind of tightening up those loose ends with the game that you did put out, right? On the platforms that you did reach. So
yeah, I think at the end of the day, honestly, they're just trying to make themselves feel better about their situation. So they're like, oh yeah, internal and external. External's cool. That's just an extension of us. It's basically like if we just think about it like we made the game. You say like it's our game, we made it, and yeah, that's all you need to worry about. You don't need to worry about anything else. It's our game. That's what they want. They want you to believe in the bullshit.
Don't dig deeper, right?
Yeah.
Surface level, this is ours.
Yeah, this was. I can't believe that this is a goddamn I can't believe this released. It's embarrassing. Oh my god. All right. So there are also titles like Helldivers 2 that were released simultaneously on PlayStation 5 and PC and became big hits. How do you plan to balance the PS5 business with PC development in the future? I guarantee you right now, Herman's ass just puckered up so tight. Oh god, what am I gonna say? Am I gonna lie
Again?
Am I going to tell a partial truth? What's gonna happen? All right, so Herman says live service titles are released on multiple platforms. Live service titles are released on multiple platforms. Okay, so at least he came out and said, yeah, if it's a multiplayer game, a live service game is going to be everywhere, which has been consistent with what they've done.
Do you want to explain why, or do you know why?
So how to? What?
Why is it going to be on multiple platforms? Why are there live service games?
Oh, because the PlayStation players don't play those games. They don't play those games. That's why they're putting it everywhere. So he says, so how to attract new players and increase the number of players is key to success. That's why it's important to keep the momentum going at the time of release and make it widely available to players, especially in the live services space. Now, hold on. He said live service titles are released on multiple platforms, right? And that's to attract new players and increase numbers of players is key to success. That's why it's important to keep the momentum going at the time of release and make it widely available to players, especially in the live services space, as if he wasn't only talking about live service.
As if every game, especially live service.
Interesting. Interesting. All right. So he says single player games are a key factor in increasing the appeal of the PlayStation platform with strategic sales periods for each title. while consoles will continue to be our core business, expanding into platforms. Wait.
Platforms.
Yeah.
Such as PC. Platforms.
Such as PC.
So PC is a safe example, right? But right there, expanding into platforms.
He could have easily said
more than PC. That could have been filled by Nintendo, Xbox, anything else, right? Because multiple platforms is what he's referring to. So PC's the safe way to say it.
Facts. Again, expanding onto platforms such as PC. We know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be putting things everywhere, but there you go. It says we've always prioritized providing the best experience for our players. And as part of that, we're also linking PSN accounts on PC. Mm-hmm.
I love how he wants the best experience for our players, yet he knows that our players want to play single player games, right? But that's not what their focus is. Their focus is multiplayer games, right? At the moment. So these, consumers that you're speaking of, these players that you want to give this amazing experience to, you're continuing to feed them The Last of Us Part 2. I'm assuming you're coming out with the trilogy for God of War, nothing but remasters, right? But they are your main, right? They're supposed to be your focus, but that's what you keep feeding them. Just repeat. And you're continuing to try to hit this market, right? With multiplayer games, which you're putting on other platforms, right? Because you want those other players. You're making a game like Lego Ho, and your focus was those Nintendo players. So, Gallopers, let me break this down to you. If you came into the platform with single player mentality, this is the experience I want to go ahead and have. And they're saying, we know this is why you came in, but we're not making games for you. We're just going to keep feeding you the same thing over and over again. And we're going to make multiplayer games to reach those PC players. We're going to make these family games to reach the Switch, the Nintendo players out there, the younger generation. Explain to me who their focus is.
Facts. Not PlayStation.
Not you. Not you.
All right, so they continue. I was surprised to learn that Lego Horizon Adventure was released not only on PlayStation 5 and PC, but also on Nintendo Switch. Famitsu's not fucking around.
No.
Depending on the target of the game, is it possible that it will be released simultaneously on platforms such as Nintendo Switch in the future?
Oh, he went in. Listen, by the way, I have to say the questions are amazing. I see what he's doing.
I wish we had an official translation. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed. He's not messing around. He came to ask the tough questions.
So Herman says live service titles are released on multiple platforms because it's important for multiple players to be able to play the game together. For other titles, we consider and decide on a policy based on whether it is the best sales format for the player or the company. So case by case.
So this interview happened when? And Twitter didn't burn down, right? Twitter didn't burn down over this statement, but they went ahead and wanted to take Phil's words and make a freaking chaos out of it. They wanted to burn down Xbox because they said case by case. What happened to Twitter when it comes to Herman? Dude, what happened? Nothing happened.
This was a one-off. We're not making any more games for consoles on other places. We're just doing PlayStation going forward. This was a one-off, no more. What
That's
did
not
he
what
say?
He said.
Case by motherfucking case. Interesting.
It seems like we only dissect Phil's words, right? We only get into it when it comes to Xbox. Anyone can come out here and do or say the same exact thing, but it's never questioned. It's never taken out of context. It's just, it is what it is.
That's exactly what it is. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well,
that's wild.
You heard it here.
No,
because we didn't hear it else.
We didn't.
Unless you guys heard it somewhere. This is the first time I'm hearing that Herman Hulse said case by case. You did.
I closed the camera to go pick it up. I knocked down my own freaking earring. You're telling me that this took place and no one said a damn word about it?
Nobody mentioned case by case.
That's wild.
That Herman said case by case games will be coming. So he didn't even say, he didn't even limit it to the Switch.
No.
He didn't say, well, it's just the Switch that maybe every once in a while. Interesting. I'm just saying. Good
Keep
times.
the same energy.
Good times. Says this year, Japan team Asobi has created a masterpiece called Astro Bot. Fans in Japan are very happy. Once again, tell us about how you evaluate the results achieved by Astro Bot. Astro Bot is a culmination of this is where the statement came from.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if I would have kept reading, I guess we would have got there. So we did read this already. Let's see if they added anything else. No, that was it. So we already did that.
That is wild.
With the appearance of many PlayStation title characters in Astro Bot, there are many voices wishing for the revival of SIE's IP. Please tell us your thoughts on use of dormant IP. Okay, so this is talking about like their old IP. This was another piece that's been taken out and talked about. All right, so he says the numerous IP holdings we hold are important assets for PlayStation. And as part of our efforts to strengthen our portfolio, we are continuously looking at opportunities to leverage past IPs as well as developing new franchises. He doesn't answer anymore, right? That's the answer, right? Which, listen to what he said. People got so pumped. So you're saying there's a chance. This is what people were going, oh my God, they're going to make their old games. Bro, he literally said we are continuously looking at opportunities to leverage past IPs. And they have remaster after remaster after remaster over the last 2 years.
Yo, Eastside Vandal was trying to, do them a favor and just caps for them. Remake Station. Understand.
Remake Station.
They get so excited when they hear anything about, these single player experiences and these new IP, these old IPs. Yes, they are old. You're getting them in. Again, remake, remaster. This is all that they're feeding you. This is crazy. I'm still hanging on to the words because, when Phil came out here and said case by case, they said that wasn't good enough. Why don't you just straight up tell us what is going on, what you're going to do? They demanded this. And, they causes chaos in the Xbox community, and they and this is why I say, guys, like, don't go with the nonsense. Obviously it's for clicks and attention, because they know that if they go ahead and put Herman's words out there, it's not going to cause the same impact. These scalpers are just not going to look their way. They're just going to deny it. They're going to say it's nonsense and keep it moving. They don't see what they don't want to see. So it's so crazy that he was out there saying the same exact things. Agreed. And nothing happened.
Nobody said a goddamn word. Brett Bingham with that $5 super chat, man. I appreciate you, homie. Says Hiroki Totoki be like Dave Chappelle explaining why games are going multi-plat. Because I'm broke. I'm broke.
Because I'm broke.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I mean, it's true.
My God.
It's very, very true. Right.
That's wild. I love it.
It's wild. Dan Lazaro.
Dan
Lazaro says, "Are you not allowed to say Xbox when doing interviews with PlayStation? Journalists are cowards." I'm pretty much believe that they are.
And that's what's crazy. He did ask the right questions. And when you had said other platforms like Nintendo, I thought Xbox was coming after, but it was like, we did see the team from Astro Bot not being able to go ahead and bring up Nintendo during their speech. And he just kind of insinuated, and everybody knew what he was talking about. He knew that everybody knew, but he wasn't allowed to go ahead and say it. Honestly, they probably can in an interview, but I wouldn't be surprised if they want to make sure that that doesn't come up, that Xbox doesn't come up, that there's not an association in a question with that, because, you know, they do go over the questions before they come out here and talk.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
I wouldn't be
right.
surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either. All right. So yeah, so this is this was a quick thing, but mad people ran with the idea that they were going to bring back all their old shit. And I think rational people like us who are reading this can see that there's no talk about anything that would suggest that there's going to be something happening. He's saying they always do this. They're always looking. They've been looking and they haven't done anything.
And what happens always?
They don't do the old IP, right? They're just remaking crap that people that they think are going to sell. So that was, again, I saw so many people clip this out as if it were, oh my God, this is happening. It's not happening.
No.
All right. It's not happening.
No.
All right. To continue to be the best playground they have over here. In terms of hardware, the PlayStation 5 Pro has finally appeared, but will it have any impact on software development? You may also be concerned about PlayStation Studios' response. Oh, shit. Damn. So it says, Harmon says, it was developed with game creators in mind. PlayStation 5 Pro unleashes their creativity and delivers the best gaming experience by bringing the world to life exactly as they envision. More than 50 titles have been updated for PlayStation 5 Pro to coincide with the launch. More games will be added in the future. PlayStation Studios will continue to actively support all consoles, including PlayStation 5 Pro. Bro, what a non-answer.
Mm-hmm.
What a non-answer. Didn't say shit. Didn't say shit. What an embarrassment.
But you know, the fact that he felt a need to say that we are going to continue to support it, I feel like it's very telling that he wants to make sure that that's out there, right? I would assume, Herman, that it's a console you just put out. I can only assume that that's what you guys are planning to do. I feel like that was almost unnecessary to go into, but
yeah,
this is all a bunch of capping. I have to go to G Maybe over here real quick. He says, what's up, G Maybe? Happy Sunday, love. He says, are they Herman's words or just the echoes of Phil? I love it.
Bars. All right, so next one, PlayStation Studios has received a series of highly acclaimed titles that have been adapted to films: Uncharted, Last of Us, Mental. What are the factors that contribute to this? Okay, so that's nobody cares. Who cares? I think the success of the PlayStation Studios title adaptation has had a positive impact on game sales, but do you feel that the number of games sold is actually proportional to the number of games sold? What the fuck? Creating a TV show or movie based on the game's IP is a very effective way to reach new audiences. We would also like to actively explore opportunities for future titles. Are there any titles that you are particularly excited about? Ghost of Tsushima.
He mentioned, wait. Yes.
I have high hopes for all the projects that are currently. I have high hopes. This motherfucker. I got high hopes. I got dreams of success for all the projects that are currently in development, so it's very difficult to pick just one game or studio out of them. Sucker Punch Productions, which has produced many classics over the years, announced Ghost of Yotei as something special. How do you envision the future of PlayStation?
Oh,
please tell us what you are working on in the future and what major goals you want to achieve. We're very excited to continue to work with Mr. Nishino to create amazing experiences and further expand the circle of the PlayStation community. As we look to the future, we will continue to engage our players through continuous innovation in all areas of SIE. Bro, these answers are doo-doo, bro. Mm-hmm. See, this is the thing. Like, Phil's not a bitch.
He tells you the truth.
You ask him a question.
Like it or not.
He'll answer it. He will, obviously, he can't like confirm things 100%, but he'll give you an idea if you're listening. This motherfucker's like, all right, I'm just going to not answer shit because God only knows if we even have a future. So let me not promise a future when I don't know if there will be one. Jesus.
They're going to just continue for as long as they can, riding the wave. What I did get from this is, they're making a movie for Ghost of Tsushima. So this goes hand in hand with the fact that what they're focusing on. They talked a lot about movies and TV and music, and I see it. Ghost of Yote, we'll see how that plays out.
We'll see. G maybe says they let go of too many head creatives. They don't have a clue about resurrecting these old IPs. Facts.
Absolutely. I agree.
Ryar Gaming says Herman Ho's bar is low since he loved Concord. That's true.
I mean, how can you
can't even ask this guy
word?
this question, bro.
How are you engaging with somebody who loved Concord, who said that was the next Star Wars? Like, I mean, I just feel like after that mess, you can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. His judgment is invalid.
Agreed.
Sorry. But
Agreed,
it is.
100%. G may be in the building saying, let's be real, all they have is hope at this time. They damn sure don't have answers or games. Facts. Amit Kumar says Herman has $1 in a dream. Yo, that's wild. He has $1 and a dream.
That's where
wild.
they are. That's where they are. Wow.
Jacob Noah with that $10 super chat, man. Appreciate you, homie. Says, idea you should invite and see if Eli wants to watch the 2025 Xbox Summer Show live with you too. It did seem like he really enjoyed you two to be here, and maybe consider having Eli as the third Morning Quest host. Well, first, our boy Eli, like, he's in the UK. Like, this is the middle of his day. Like, he's like literally like between like getting his wife. That's why he can't stay the whole show. He's getting things ready for his wife. He's cooking and doing all that stuff. So I don't think that would be a possibility. We would love to have him as a guest every once in a while if he's available. And then watching the shows, I mean, be up to him.
Jacob is in 2025 summertime already.
Jacob's going 2025, baby.
We still in December, Jacob.
We gotta get to 2025, but I mean, Eli's dope. I like Eli a lot.
Yes.
So I do too. If he's open to it, I don't think that this is gonna be the last time you'll see him around for sure. But thank you, man. Appreciate you, homie.
Thank you.
All right, so let me take my time stack because I didn't know that there was another interview. So I wanna see. We'll go through that one a little quicker.
We'll see what other kind of nonsense,
what other bullshit they're on. Here we go. Do this.
Ooh, Edward's in the UK as well.
Oh, nice.
Edward was good.
Edward's always rocking with us, man. Anytime hour, man. You're the man. We appreciate you, homie.
That's awesome. I do see him rocking out with us super late.
Yeah, man. Thanks, bro.
You're so cool, bro. Thank you.
All right. So this is the other interview with Hideki Nishino. He's the other CEO of PlayStation. So let's click into that bad boy. You guys can see the new. Oh, the interview's gone.
No.
Yeah.
Well, there's your answer, G. Maybe G maybe said, "Wow, G. Maybe said another interview or a remastered interview. Look at this.
Oh, I think this is it right here.
Is it?
Hold on. I think when I backed out, it went to. But I mean, obviously, we can't see the goddamn language. How do we? Last time I did this, it offered me the ability to translate. Let me see. Where does it say translate anywhere? Do I have to like highlight tools? Is there a translate button? Yo, the last time it offered me a translation. Maybe if I reload it, it'll say, "Hey, do you want to translate?"
Parksy, thank you so much. Parksy 1972 says, "I'm in the UK too. I don't watch live often, usually after the fact." Thank you so much. We appreciate your support. Thank you for rocking out with us. You guys are awesome.
All right. Okay. This
Right
is
click.
the right. No, I did it. I
Okay.
did it.
All right. Thank you,
click.
Ryuar.
Thank
Saving.
you, Ryuar.
What would you do if Ryuar wasn't here to save
Fam,
you?
I did it before. Literally did it before. How dare you? How dare you?
He passed on the information mentally before he typed it down, you know?
All right. So this is the other guy. Wasn't it Nishino? Nishino? There you go. Hideki Nishino.
Man, they're just out there, huh?
All right. So there are many questions I'd like to ask you, but first, tell us about your background. Did he say contribute to the cure of cancer? Okay. Let's stop the fucking dramatic bullshit. Okay. We don't care. Nishino folding home. Great. Appreciate you. Hope that did something. But he's just talking a bunch of shit. Let's see. Once again, please tell us the honest thoughts on the milestone. Nobody cares. I love how like the other options be like, can you lie to us about the milestones?
Mhm.
Like, please give us your honest thoughts. Like, they don't trust them.
Yeah.
They're like, listen, I know you're known to be a dirty fucking liar. So can you please
for a moment, please
be honest here?
Yes.
What do you think about this shit? But we don't care what he thinks, so that's cool. Why is it so popular? Nobody cares. The way you think about horror developer has changed quite a bit between the time of the original PlayStation and now. No, that's whack. So you've been looking for hardware that is cutting edge in line with the times and optimal for games. On the other hand, what about software and game titles? So they're just asking bullshit. I don't want to waste anybody's time reading stuff that nobody cares about. Specifically, what kind of titles do you think were important to you? Fortnite.
Wow.
Shit.
Okay. All right.
He knows he wanted to say Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm. They have a when was this taking place? Because they have the box with Fortnite on it.
Yeah, probably. So, okay. So let's back it up 1 second. So what changed? He says for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, AMD's technology is based on it, and the approach is to customize their PlayStation in line with changes in game production methods and scale. The design has evolved to make games easier to make. And then when they talk about the games, in terms of game titles, the biggest change over the past 30 years has probably been the development of online multiplayer games. While cinematic titles with great graphics and sound for traditional single-player games continue to be important, I feel that they have made a big difference as online multiplayer games continue to attract new players. Mm-hmm. So I think he just kind of gave you, like, PlayStation people an idea as to what they're seeing, right? They're saying, hey, we want to grow, so we're making the online stuff. The single player stuff is just kind of to appease the old people.
The people that are already there.
Here, but we know nobody's new coming for this, right? Yeah. So, all right, that's
their focus right now. That's what they want to go ahead and kind of figure out. Yes, some of them have not been in Concord's situation, but it's not at the level that they would want it to be. They want a Fortnite, they want a Call of Duty, they want something that is just a big stamp that they can go ahead and put out and feel like this is what's gonna sustain us, right?
Facts. Agreed. I do want to go to Dan Lazaro real quick.
Dan.
Says Dan Lazaro says, motherfuckers really be coming hard at Phil in interviews with the BS. Is it coming to PlayStation? And ask Herman, what's your favorite breakfast cereal? That's fucked up. It's true. Why not just put the gun to the head? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, are you going to release these games on Xbox and force him to say no or do a dance? You know what I'm saying? But they won't.
Which I'm sure will be a dance.
Good call for sure.
Absolutely.
Parksky, what's going on, homie? Thank you for being here. Says, I'm in the UK too. I don't watch live often, usually after the fact. Well, I'm glad you called us live, man. Appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you so much
for being here.
Appreciate you being here. All right, let's continue.
Be Nice wants to remind everyone that the Master Chief skin is in Fortnite.
Facts.
Yes. Listen, you can do any dance, and Master Chief's the only one that looks good.
Any dance.
Any dance.
Can kill it.
Any dance. Like, there's some that it's like, oh, that dance is not for you, but the Chief can pull it all off. It's crazy.
Facts.
It's crazy.
All right. Do you think that means that everyone can play together and people connect will sell hardware? As was the case with the PlayStation 4 era, when we looked at the reasons for purchase, the top reasons for purchasing the game were price first, followed by because my friend had a PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think a game, he meant like buying hardware. I think it's important to be connected by a network. If your friends have them, you'll probably want them too. Nope, whack. Speaking of PSN, PlayStation Plus, here and after referred to as PS Plus, service seems to have attracted more attention over the years, including free play. These are some whack ass fucking questions.
They are. And listen, this is the reason why Phil is trying to break out of that cycle. Aside from, the PlayStation being in more places, this is my friend has one, so here I go. My cousin has one. My I was gifted one because my entire family has the freaking PlayStation. It kind of comes down to this until the word keeps getting out there about Game Pass and Xbox and PlayStation continues to lay down pretty much to let down their consumers. But it's like a fundamental thing where people are not wanting to be aware of what else is out there. So it's something that's difficult to break.
So I agree. So they're starting to
the fact
ask
that they
about,
recognize it. I appreciate the way he answered that question, though.
Yeah, they're starting to ask a little more relevant questions. So they want him to evaluate the current state of PlayStation 5. Let's see if he answers like a G or if he's a bitch.
Let's see.
We recognize the PlayStation 5 has been well received. Looking at the data, analyzing the play status of users, the play time of those who purchase PlayStation 5 is longer than that of PlayStation 4. We also know that they use PlayStation 5 Store more often. In other words, you can play a variety of games for a longer period of time. In addition, the speed of global dissemination of hardware is currently maintaining a level close to that of PlayStation 4. As announced in the recent financial results, the cumulative sales of PlayStation 5 have exceeded 65 million units as of the end of September 2024. In terms of pace, the spread in Japan is no different from overseas. As we saw at the Tokyo Game Show, the number of PlayStation 5 games will continue to increase in the future, so we should look further accelerate hardware sales. All right, PlayStation 5 had a difficult start, has been able to maintain level close to PlayStation 4. At the beginning of the PlayStation 5 release, we apologize for the inconvenience caused by the lack of supply. In response to the success of PlayStation 4, when we launched the PlayStation 5 project, our first thoughts was, I want to surpass the PlayStation 4. So I think we'll have to figure out how to overtake PlayStation 4 from here. I guess their plan is not lining up the way they thought, because that shit don't look like it's gonna be happening anytime soon. Do you think that the popularity of the product from users is still greatly influenced by the content? Interesting.
That's a good question.
I often say this at events with my partners, but no one will buy hardware that doesn't have content. So I think it's all thanks to the content. Another thing is that when it was time to switch between PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3, we didn't make PlayStation 4 compatible with PlayStation 3. On the other hand, this time the PlayStation 5 is compatible with PlayStation 4. So the titles you already own and the multi-platform titles are also available. But I think the reason for the popularity is that customers will be able to enjoy more content. Okay, he didn't really.
That was a good question.
Yeah, good question. Didn't really give much of an answer, but after 4 years after the release of PlayStation 5, the PlayStation 5 Pro was released. What was the aim behind the development and release of this hardware? Actually, we started developing the PlayStation 5 Pro around 2020, shortly before the PlayStation 5 was released. That's why I spent a lot of time on it. This is a product that's been developed in anticipation that this kind of technology will be available around 2024, and it is prepared for customers who are looking for higher specs, even though it is a PlayStation 5. Although it's an attractive piece of hardware, it seems that money is often mentioned as a topic of conversation in the world. What are your thoughts on this and the future targets and pricing? The environment of the past and the current environment are different in every aspect. So all we can do is provide the specifications that are available at the moment at a price that reduces the cost as much as possible. Since the PlayStation 5 has certain specifications, it will be down to how to minimize the cost and provide the game experience you want to achieve. On the other hand, as you say, if we want to increase the number of customers to various demographics, we recognize that we have to think differently about price ranges. Do you have any specific measures in mind? As an example, we will launch a beta service that will allow you to play games directly in the cloud via streaming on PlayStation Portal, Remote Player. PlayStation Portal, which is not as expensive as PlayStation 5, allows you to play PlayStation 5 games through PS Plus as long as you can set up the Wi-Fi environment properly. However, this cannot be used unless various environment elements are in place, and I don't think it's mainstream yet. We plan to start by increasing the number of options for consumers to choose and try them if possible. So they're not looking to lower the price. They're looking to offer cheaper options.
Yeah, listen, this also the cheaper option would be the portal right here, right? You go ahead, you can get the box, get this instead, and problem solved according to them. But this is not a Switch. You can't dock it and go ahead and play it on your TV.
You still have to have PlayStation Plus.
Exactly.
The premium to be able to.
So you're essentially locking yourself down to a bill that, that's the way that you can go ahead and have access to this portal. He brought up and just a reminder to everyone, it's just the pricing he brought up. It's just, a friend has a PlayStation, so I bought the PlayStation, but the pricing, let's not forget, they got lucky for quite a while. That Blu-ray player turned out to be the one that took rather than the HD, for the movies, the HD players, the disc. The Blu-rays were the ones that kind of stayed, right? So
the HD DVDs.
Yes, the HD DVDs. Thank you so much. So that kind of was out of the question. Blu-ray took off, and that was the cheaper Blu-ray to go ahead and buy because it was new tech, right? Their PlayStation. So I think they've gotten lucky with that, where it really highlighted them, and they kind of stepped and reached people that wouldn't have normally bought a PlayStation, aside from, then word of mouth, this is what I have, this is what you should get. So
yeah, agreed. So he does go in and mention, in addition, there are some customers who are not able to consider PlayStation 5 in the price range, so we would like to consider various methods, such as changing the way we sell it. And he kind of doubles down on that idea, and he says, that's right. I think the focus will be on whether or not we can provide something that meets the customer's needs and style without having to remake the game on the development side. The same is true for PlayStation Portal, but with remote play. Creators don't need to modify the code. Our cloud gaming doesn't require creators to spend man hours again. For example, if you start saying the screen is small, please do something about it, or please do something about it because the memory is low, you will have to do a lot of things. I think that the PlayStation 5 Pro will be handled without any problem because the specs will increase. But if you try to make something with restrictions, you will have to fiddle with the code somewhere. So I think this is important to understand for PlayStation people, that this is not like the new spec for PlayStation and then they're dumbing it down for PlayStation 5. They're focusing only on the PlayStation 5 version, and then they're saying, okay, now that we made that, what can we add? Which is why the PlayStation 5 Pro will never be anything special, because they don't target the PlayStation 5 Pro. They're targeting the PlayStation and then just turning things on instead of, hey, let's push the game to meet the PlayStation 5 Pro, and then we can make changes to reduce it, right? That is a big difference, right? Because you can have all the power in the world. That's like if Xbox said, we make the games with the Series S in mind, and then work and add to it. That's not what happens. They make the game for Series X and then take away from it to get down to the Series S. To
suit it for the S. Yeah.
That's crazy. At that time, I think it's important for us to absorb something and establish a system that allows creators to respond without any inconvenience. Anyway, I'm thinking about how to make it a platform that makes it easier for people to make games. Well, if Alan Wake 2, if Remedy's fucking long ass dissertation about how difficult it was to put ray tracing in this fucking thing,
someone needs to tell him that the pisser's not the answer.
like it's not working, bro. You don't have it. All right, you don't have it.
No.
All right, going back to the topic, it seems that the PlayStation 5 Pro has a longer span since the release of the original version than the PlayStation 5 Pro. But what is the reason for that? PlayStation 5 Pro was released in 2013. I'm sorry, PlayStation 4, 2013 to the Pro, 2016. This is 2020 to 2024. He said the biggest reason for this was that while working with AMD, we worked backwards to determine what kind of tech will be available and when. In the case of the PS5 Pro, we decided that we would not be able to maximize the role of the PlayStation 5 Pro in 3 years, and that we would not be able to make it in a meaningful way. So we poured a period of 4 years.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's still not good enough. John, thank you for being here. What's up, love?
What's good,
Welcome.
Play? Thank you for being here, fam. Appreciate you, man.
That's right. Raiden Blade is in the UK too. We are all UK based on Sunday. When you're live, nighttime is hard. Thank you for your support.
Well,
love.
we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Man. You guys.
Appreciate you.
You guys are awesome.
So it says here, in terms of peripherals, you've released PSVR 2, PS Portal, and other unique peripherals that the PlayStation 5 with the PlayStation 5 at its core. How do you analyze these sales and responses? As SIE, we would like to actively work on new technologies and play styles as innovations. As for VR, we released an initial model in 2016, but the content is constantly evolving. And I think it's great that developers are using the technology, such as how to prevent sickness and what kind of things would be good to show in VR. We are also able to propose the technology. What the he didn't say shit.
Mm-mm.
Oh my God. I like to see more groundbreaking titles in the future. Says, on the other hand, PlayStation Portal allows you to enjoy PlayStation 5 without having to be in front of a TV, with the ability to enjoy games in a more free way. Users have started using PlayStation Portal tend to increase engagement on PlayStation 5. Also, the peak time to play on PlayStation Portal is about an hour slower than on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. In other words, I wonder if they play PlayStation 5 on TV and then go to some other room to play. Looking at this kind of data, I feel that we are expanding new ways of playing games. In this way, we propose a new experience, have users use it, and receive feedback. While repeating this, I would like to pursue something that can be played for a longer and deeper time. Yeah, so basically it's like an hour later. So like I think like the peak is like 8 o'clock for PlayStation 5 users, and then 9 o'clock for Portal users.
So he's thinking that
so like they play, stop playing, and then they go somewhere else because somebody else wants to use the main the TV or whatever.
Okay.
So in the past, there were also portable models such as the PSP and PS Vita, but instead of developing a single hardware other than the PlayStation 5, are you basically developing the PlayStation 5 as the access? Okay, so they're talking about the fact that they were standalone handhelds that didn't need the PlayStation 5 to function. Mm-hmm. And, you know, he's basically asking, is everything you're going to do being tied to the PlayStation 5? Saying related to what I mentioned earlier, I think there was a time when operating multiple platforms at the same time was a burden for both SIE and creators. Since then, as technology has evolved, I feel that we have come closer to being able to provide a variety of playstyles in a way that does not place a burden on creators. We try not to burden you with cloud gaming and PS Portal remote play, but even if it takes a different form, we will support you so that you can provide content to the platform more smoothly, so it does not cause inconvenience to creators. I would like to cherish this as a philosophy and discipline rather than a form of product. So does that mean that the rumor that PlayStation was working on a handheld is bullshit?
I mean, it sounds like it. We'll see. We'll see. CMoney calling them out.
I mean, that's basically what they said.
255. What's good? Thank you for being here. Ian, thank you, love. Ian says, hey guys, first time catching you live. I think console wars shouldn't matter. We all love gaming. Let's all support it together. Great content. Keep up the good content. Thank you so much, love. Thank you for being here. Happy you caught us live. Thank you.
I'm looking at the rest. I feel like they're just talking. I mean, in terms of a single country, Japan is one of the top 3 PlayStation markets. That's a little snippet there. Mobile games are very large in Japan. They're talking about Japan here. Okay, PlayStation 4 is still active after more than 10 years of release, and the life cycle of the hardware seems to be getting longer. But what is your vision for the future of PlayStation 5?
Oh.
We believe that the PlayStation 5 will be as long as the PlayStation 4. However, I don't think it's a good idea to delay the timing of the release of the next product that incorporates new technologies because it will be longer. The timing of introducing new hardware is also related to the time frame in which the technology evolves and the time frame in which we can implement it. Therefore, I think it is important for people to play with what is currently in operation, provide new ones, and expand them in total.
That was kind of like all over the place. Was it not?
A little bit. So I feel
Yes,
like he's saying that it's going to last as long as the PlayStation 4.
Yes.
But then he also said the PlayStation 5 Pro is going to last 10 years.
So those two things don't go together.
I don't know. It's kind of like a weird.
Yeah, a weird take on it. And you're talking about technology evolving. It happens constantly. And it's like you have to kind of keep up with it. Technology doesn't have a problem evolving. Maybe implementing it for you guys might be an issue, but
yeah, it's kind of like a weird, almost like workaround answer. I don't know.
Right?
Says, I see. So it may be that you'll be using the PlayStation 5 and using new hardware. So basically saying that the PlayStation 6 will come out and you'll still have the PlayStation 5 that's getting games on it. He answers, for example, the PlayStation 4 has been in the process of being produced automatically and the quality of the hardware is high. That's why you can use it for a long time. Of course, the PS5 is automatic production from the start. From now on, I would like to expand the use of products that can be used for a long time and bring new technologies with new technologies.
Okay, I think this may have gotten lost.
Yeah, the translation might be
yes.
It says, considering that the PlayStation 5 Pro has been in the works since around 2020, I can imagine that the next generation console has already been prepared. But are you looking further and further ahead? We believe that products are presented with a balance between technology, price, and timing. We're always considering when we will be addicted to the spots we think we will be in. So basically, just like they held off a year for the PlayStation 5 Pro, instead of doing 3 years like they did with the PlayStation 4 Pro, they did it 4 years because that's when the price would work and what they could put in there. Now, remember, price working was them dropping this at $700.
That's
plus.
wild. That's what's crazy.
Over $1,000 in most places for the full package.
Imagine if they didn't hold off. And I remember them saying that they've been working on the next PlayStation, and then magically, 10 years later is when they're supposed to go ahead and release a PlayStation 6. We will see. We will see moving forward what's true and what isn't. We heard about handheld now.
They're kind of merging it too.
Yes.
Right? Like, is it 10 years for that, or is it just the life of that console is 10 years, but in 6 years they're going to drop the 6? Or I don't know.
Here we're getting mixed signals with the answers. So it's kind of it leaves us with the same questions that we had.
Oh snap!
Go ahead.
Regarding the future,
you
you sometimes predict that the next generation of game consoles will not be hardware.
Oh,
but all in the cloud.
Okay.
Will PlayStation continue to focus on home video game consoles? Or do you think there could be a major structural shift? This is a good question.
This is.
All right, let's see.
We'll see how the answer goes.
As of today, we are playing a lot of PlayStation 4 games, and the number of PlayStation 5 games is increasing steadily. It's hard to imagine that this will suddenly change tomorrow. So I think it's safe to say that home video game consoles will be the center of our business for this foreseeable future. However, the number of different styles, such as PCs, is increasing. So we are in the process of thinking about how to increase the number of PlayStation users as a whole, including PSN. This may be misleading, but if you can do cloud gaming on PS Portal and PlayStation 5 games are running, some people may think that games have already entered the cloud era. However, we need a controller and a screen at hand, and we don't think we're going to run out of hardware yet. Okay, so he's suggesting that he believes they're still going to come out with a physical PlayStation 6. Okay.
Which is what they've been saying, right?
I mean, that's been the word.
Whether it's
consistent.
it's sooner than 10 years from now or whenever it is. Supposedly they are going to go ahead and deliver that. But I mean, the in betweens, we'll see where that takes us, right? Nothing is guaranteed. We'll see if it is going to be 10 years later, if they did start working on it and it's going to come out sooner. I feel like there's a lot unanswered that is kind of, you just got to give it time. But yet was how he ended that. And I feel like if we heard that from Phil, it would kind of be like, look, see, I told you they're not going to make at some point a console and that's not their main focus. And you hear it and you can understand that anything can change. You can understand that they're trying to go ahead and expand other than just the PlayStation and that they're going to be on other platforms. So I think they're all kind of like on the same page.
I think so. I mean, listen,
it seems to be the only way forward.
Look, as much as, the Twitter space of the world wants to keep pushing this idea that Xbox is on this trajectory that is going to be solely on their own and no one is going to follow. It's clear. You just hear what they're saying. Like Sony is, they still find like PlayStation is still very important to Sony overall, right? I think they're shy about investing further in PlayStation. I think that's the case. I think, when they made the pisser, they wanted to do their own thing. They were feeling cocky. Remember, that was before the PlayStation 5 came out, right? That was before Bethesda was bought. That was before ABK, right? Now they're like, yeah, for our next thing, we're going to be working with AMD directly. Like, we're not going to do our own thing. You know what I'm saying? So I think
we found out.
We messed up. Seeing, at the end of the day, PlayStation is going to do exactly. I mean, look at all the questions that were dodged, right? They know that they were implying about games going to Xbox.
Yes.
They didn't deny it. They didn't say no, or they didn't focus it only on, we might come to Switch only. Like they put it everywhere, right? They didn't close anything off. So the fact that they did that shows you that that's 100% the future of this. Now, again, I think there's a confusion with some of the PlayStation fanboys who believe that on Xbox that people are, thirsty for these PlayStation games when they bring up this idea that this is what's happening, right? This is the future. It's going to happen where these games are going to be everywhere. Maybe not day one, but at certain point in time, there's going to be a huge portion of the games that are made that are going to be everywhere. And that's just the nature of the beast. If you look at, TVs, DVD players, CD players, Blu-ray, like think about everything that's ever happened in time. If you want, these things to live forever, if you want consoles to be a thing for the long term, at a certain point in time, it's going to have to become like democratized. You know what I'm saying? Like consoles are just going to have to be an entry point that you have. And the relevancy for the companies like PlayStation and Xbox are going to be the games that they produce for the box, not just the box themselves. But I mean, they want this. There obviously still has to be different, like things that make them different, right? But at the end of the day, like, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. There just will be a time where that's the norm, right? And it just kind of is what it is. So it's clear PlayStation is, you hear all the answers that they've given. They're on the same trajectory. They're doing it. They're just doing it slower because they're watching what Xbox does. They're watching their moves.
They're letting them,
the same way
lead the way.
The same way they came out in 2013, and instead of having a plan that was amazing, they went ahead and reacted to Xbox's show. That's really what turned the situation around. That's just what they're waiting for. They're just reacting. They're just waiting to see what happens. They're letting Microsoft, Big Daddy Microsoft with the wallet, go ahead and lead the way, and take all the daggers and
take all the heat
on all the swords
right?
from everybody trying to give it smoke,
so that they can just rip off the benefits, right? And it's kind of they just follow, and you kind of look at that and you're like, man, like, make your own way.
Agreed.
And at the same time, you see their lack of, I think, is the way that they want to go ahead and put PlayStation out there as if it's more than what it is. That is the issue. It's the same thing with like Astro Bot. Yes, Astro Bot is a good game. Game of the year, trying to freaking cap for the way that they were. It's just ridiculous, right? Same thing with PlayStation. They're following Xbox, but then they want Xbox to get all the heat for it. They rip off the benefits, and then we glorify PlayStation instead of understanding what took place. That's the only issue. But I do get it with their funds and the way that they can't do what Xbox can do, especially now, right? So I understand that mentality, but the mentality out there also has to change with the way we view both platforms.
Agreed, 100%. Future Generations says,
yo,
what's up, man? Thank you for being here. It says, just like they all reacted to digital in 2013. Exactly. Now we all digital just about.
Yep.
It's like Microsoft played it. Jokers just was not ready for it. Now, Microsoft knew, man. They're listen, a huge part, like, people need to understand, a huge part of companies like Microsoft that are so big and like, a huge part of their business is forecasting the future. That's what they do. They are always looking at what's next. These people do not decide, hey, we're going to work on something today and release it in a year. That's not how things work. They have to think about their future roadmap as to what their plans are as an entity, and they have to deliver that to their stockholders too, right? Like they need to know what's the future, because if I don't know your future, why would I invest in you today?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that is a major thing. These people are not just guessing.
Exactly.
They're not guessing. You think they would do something so drastic without knowing what's coming, without being able to foresee the future of what's happening? I mean, we think about it. The biggest games right now are Fortnite, Call of Duty. These are games that you could play everywhere. Just what it is. It's just
that's
what it
the
is.
reality. And the fact that I love what you said, Future Generations, because this is the problem with people who want to hold things back. They have such an issue with things evolving and becoming better and more. I don't know if it's fear. I don't know what it is, but the idea that they have to be spoon-fed and catered to until they're ready, if they ever are, cannot dictate the future of an industry. And I think that's what people need to wrap their heads around.
Agreed. 100%. Well, listen, guys, that's where we're going to wrap it up, man. Thank you all so much for rocking with us, man. You guys are awesome. Much appreciated. Love hanging out with you guys. I will say that this is going to be our last official stream before New Year's. We're not going to be live Tuesday night, New Year's Eve. We're not going to be live Monday night. So I may Becca. I may do like a morning stream on Tuesday. We have some games that were sent to us that we promised to cover. So we might I might do a stream.
Do some gameplay. Yes.
Yeah, do some gameplay on Tuesday morning. It's a possibility. But we will be, this is the new year, we will be adding a show, but it is going to be a members only show. And it will be, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Saturday mornings, early. It'll just be me. I'm just going to go on and it'll be like an intimate, chill situation.
Sip some coffee together.
Sip some coffee, shoot the shit, talk about whatever we're talking about. But it is going to be a new thing. So it's pretty cool. So definitely take a look out for that. But I see the homie G maybe turning 50 on New Year's Day.
50
That's what's up, man.
I know
that is awesome, bro.
Happy birthday, love.
Happy birthday,
we love
player.
you. Thank you for rocking out with us.
Yep. Will Boy says, so you're going to interrupt my Saturday morning cartoons? Damn. Listen. Look, but listen, we'll watch some cartoons. No, chill. But yeah, man. Yeah, we're looking to do some new things this upcoming year. You guys have been awesome.
Thank you, guys.
This has been a phenomenal year. This is our first, the year that we just had was our first full year kind of like in this space.
Yeah.
The year before that, it wasn't until August that I was on Boom Show. And that really kind of got us into the community, right? So
this is our first full year.
Yeah, this was our
and
first full year.
You guys have been amazing, and we can't thank you enough for your support.
Really have.
So thank you, guys.
Yes, we love doing the show. We love
do.
rocking with y'all. You guys are like family.
Seriously, though,
it's crazy.
I love rocking out with you guys. I love reading the comments. You guys are freaking hilarious. You make me laugh so much. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's wild. Like there's so many of you. You guys are so dope, and it's like, you would think like so many names, but like you just
remember,
them. Like,
exactly.
It's like I know your like all your personalities is crazy. Like you just read it through the chat. So we appreciate y'all. So thank you guys so much. Thank you to everybody who super chatted today, but thank you to everyone who super chatted all year. Thank you for everybody who became a member.
Yes.
We had the homie Twank 89, right?
Yes.
Remember.
Thank you, Twank, and welcome.
Yes. So appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. It's been a great year. It's been a fantastic year. So thank you all so very much. You guys are awesome.
Amit Kumar says, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. Please
Mr.
be
Teddy
safe.
Keys says, Happy New Year. CMoney and Doodles. Happy New Year, you guys. Be safe. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Have
we
an
will see you
awesome
in
New
the new year. We will be back Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern with the On Point Gaming Podcast. We'll be back Friday with the night shift. So, like I said, look out for us look out for me on Tuesday, possibly. You'll know ahead of time if you're in the Discord. That's why I'll post it. So if I do go live, come rock out for a while. And that's it, man. That's it. Yeah.
It feels so far like you're saying goodbye because I'll see you next year.
I know. It's like it's just like a normal amount of time, but it feels different. You know what I'm saying? It feels different. It feels different. Well, so serious. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you guys. Becca, what's up, homie? Yeah, guys, thank you again.
I feel like the Insomnia speech where it's like, no, yeah, we're still around, but it's like a goodbye letter. It sounds New Year. It's like,
yeah, I don't know. It feels like a lot. But this is going to be for the last time.
Thank you, baby.
We're going to end the show.
Yes.
For the last time this year. We're going to end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until 2025.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.